you all to day 2 of the 2-day Bodhi International Online Conference on Language, Literature and Linguistics. Today we are starting with the paper presentation session, which will be chaired by respected Professor K. Kaviarasu. Dr. K. Kaviarasu is an assistant professor of English at Vivekananda College, Kanyakumari, and he is also the joint secretary of South Asian English Language and Literature Teachers Association. He is an ardent lover of nature and was conferred as a Green Ambassador by Herbert O. Sable. He is specialized in Indian writing in English, eco-criticism, and English language teaching. He has presented about 39 papers in various national and international conferences. He has also been resource person and chairperson in conferences and training programs in India and abroad. He has published 26 research articles in ISBN and ISSN volumes and has edited 9 books and 6 journal volumes. He has received the Best Young Researcher Award in Languages category thrice. He is also widely known across the country through his blog, Dr.KK Seminars and Conferences. Dr. Kaviarasu is not a stranger to us as well. He has been resource person in programs organized by SRM Ramapuram. And with these few words, I invite and welcome Dr. Kaviarasu to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Walter, for the nice words. And I also thank Dr. Bala of Bodhi International Journal and the management and the head and the faculty members and my friends in SRM Ramapuram campus. So today we are here the second day of the Bodhi International Online Conference on English, Language, Literature and Linguistics. Yesterday we had so many presentations and a few of them were not able to present. They will be also presenting today. And we find the resource persons enlightened various aspects of English language, linguistics and literature. Even some papers were novel. So that is what we are expecting. I hope today's paper presentation session will also be something unique and different. Here I have a few instructions to inform you. The first point is all the presenters should stick on to the time frame. Okay, so we'll be giving you 5 minutes time for the presentation. Don't exceed 5 minutes. See, this is not a paper reading session. This is a paper presentation session. Here you are going to present your points. Okay, you just introduce your topic and then you just give the key ideas of your the whole paper and try to answer a question. Sorry, so other participants should try to question and you have to be ready for your answers. Okay, so let this be a kind of intellectual forum where there should be some kind of discussion, right? Instead of just like that paper reading session. Okay, so I expect this from all the participants, and the first participant, let me call Dr. Shantanu Sandilia, Assistant Professor, School of Social Sciences and Languages, VIT University, Vellore. And I also request all the participants to unmute your video when you're present, so that since it is live streamed, okay, in the YouTube, you can see, just the name would be appearing. Okay, no display images will be there shown. Only the name would be appearing. So we want the participants to unmute their video also when they present. Yes, Dr.
Good
Shant.
morning, sir. Good morning,
Yes,
sir.
good
Am I
morning.
audible?
Yes, you are audible. Very well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning to each and everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my paper. So it's in French. So, la quête d'identité féminine dans les romans d'Ananda Devi. So, Ananda Devi est une romancière, poète et anthropologue. Elle est née le 23 mars 1957 dans un village de producteurs de canne à sucre. Sa famille habite à 3 boutiques situées dans le sud de l'île Maurice. Depuis l'enfance, elle s'intéresse à la littérature française. À l'âge de 15 ans, elle commence à écrire des histoires. Elle avait participé dans un concours et elle avait gagné le prix littéraire de cet âge-là. Ce concours a été organisé par la radio et la télévision française et l'Agence de coopération de la culture et de la technique. Être bien de la littérature française, elle a continué l'esprit à écrire en français et dans les 30 prochaines années, elle est devenue l'une des figures littéraires importantes de la littérature francophone. Les romans d'Ananda Devi tournent autour de la pensée féministe. Les images indiennes et de la diaspora indienne sont toujours présentes dans les romans d'Ananda Devi. Les protagonistes féminines dans les romans d'Ananda Devi projettent l'image post-coloniale de la femme et de la société contemporaine. L'émancipation de la femme est clairement visible chez elle. Des romans où les femmes sont libérées et les limites familiales n'existent pas par leur effort de la libération. La société mauricienne, en tant que d'autres sociétés, est considérée comme une société patriarcale, mais les protagonistes de ces romans illustrent une image différente des femmes, où elles sont libres de prendre leurs propres décisions et jouent leur rôle selon leurs souhaits. La majorité des protagonistes de ces romans sont des femmes. Dans ces romans, elles parlent principalement des souffrances et de l'émancipation des femmes. Les protagonistes des romans comme Le voile de Draupadi, Pagli et Moi l'interdite ont été réprimés par la société androcentrique et elles se battent pour garder leur identité féminine et prouver aux autres qu'elles sont assez fortes pour jouer leur rôle dans la société. Les protagonistes féminines d'Ananda Devi sont folles, déformées, prostituées ou réprimées.
Yes, sorry to interrupt, Dr. Shantanu.
Yes,
we are very happy that you have a wonderful paper, but I do understood a little French, but people here do not, right? So it would be better, as I said, can you just elaborate or condense your whole presentation in a few words in English so that others can also understand?
So basically, Ananda Devi is a feminist writer, and she talks about the emancipation of women in her novels. Majorly, sir, her protagonists in the novels are they are deformed. Sometimes they are oppressed by the society. So basically, I've selected 3 novels: Le voile de Draupadi, Pagli, and Moi l'interdite. In the novel Le voile de Draupadi, the protagonist of that novel, Anjali, is a mother and a fidel wife, and there she tries to prove her identity because she was in love with her husband Dev earlier, but later Dev started after the marriage Dev's behavior changed somehow, and he started behaving like a typical husband in the society. Later, her son suffered from meningitis, and she was cursed by her husband that this has happened because of you, and you have to pay some offerings to the god, and you have to walk on fire. So this is one incident in the novel Le voile de Draupadi. Another novel is Pagli, where this Daya, the name of the protagonist of that novel is Daya. And she wasn't called Daya in novel somehow, like 1 or 2 times only. She was called as Pagli because because of her behavior. She was actually raped by her cousin, and for the dignity of their family, they wanted to marry them. So ultimately they were married, but Daya could not accept that marriage, and she was not happy with that relationship of husband and wife. She wanted to take revenge from her husband, but later she got a fisherman, Creole fisherman. His name was Zil, and she was happy with him. In the third novel, that is Moa l'Interdite, that in that novel, the protagonist, her name is Muna, and she was deformed because of cleft lip. So the people, they in her family and in the society, they used to think that she is a curse for them. So here in this novel, she also wanted to protect her feminine identity, and later she wanted to commit suicide, but later she got a friend, Lisa, who helped her a lot, and she was able to gain her feminine identity. That's all. This is the crux of my paper. Thank you.
Very good, well presented, Dr. Shantanu. And is there any questions from the audience side? I always welcome questions, because only then we can get things clarified. Okay, if that be so, thank you, Mr. Dr. Shantanu.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes. Next presenter is Durbadal Datta, PhD research scholar, who is co-authoring with Dr. Shankar Nath Sen, Professor, Department of English, CCOM Skills University, West Bengal.
Good morning to one and all, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Very good morning. My topic is riverscapes in Jivanananda Das's Ruposhi Bangla. Ruposhi Bangla is one of the best anthology of poems in Bangla literature, and it has been translated into many languages. People are interested because it paints a picture of Bengal in a marvelous way. And now my study is concerned with how Jivanananda presented rivers in Ruposhi Bangla. Because we know that rivers are now being terribly tortured. They're terribly affected by human activities, like throwing solid wastes, pouring polluted water, and overexploitation of water. So man-made dams and barriers are also there. Encroachment of settlement is there. So rivers are being damaged everywhere, and movements to save river are also taking place. So in this perspective, it is important to find how rivers are being looked upon by poets and writers all over the world, because it can infuse a love for rivers, and it is required for restoration of rivers. So the aim of my study is to explore the riverscapes as represented in Jivanananda Das's Ruposhi Bangla. Firstly, I can say that in Ruposhi Bangla, Jivanananda looks upon rivers of Bengal as a living identity, living entity. He says, the rosy waves of the river speak on. So as if a lover, a beloved, that the river is, in the opinion of the poet. In fact, in Ruposhi Bangla, Jivanananda has poeticized some specific rivers of southern Bengal, rivers like Dhanshiri, Dhaleshwari, Ichamoti, Jalangi, Jalshiri, Kalidaho, Kittinasha, Karnafuli, Meghna, Rupsha, and others. And there is also one mythical river, that is Gangur of Behula, that comes from the mythical story of Manasa Mongol. So Jivanananda, in his canvas, he has painted beautiful pictures of rivers. He compares the rivers to his beloved as he perceives the soft faces of the river at dusk. He says, I'm reading, with the coming of the melancholy evening and the soft face of the river will be visible. Oh, with how many mild lines like yours, yet I shall never see you again. That is the conviction the poet expresses, that the poet may not see the rivers always. Actually, all these rivers are going to be dry, are going to be extinct. Among the rivers that Jivanananda mentioned, Dhansiri is the most prominent. And Borishal, the place where he was born, becomes famous because of Jivanananda and Dhansiri. Everyone goes there to see Dhansiri river. Because Jivanananda fell in love with Dhansiri and it became a symbol of rivers scattered all over the world. He makes this geographical entity a highly melodious expression in Ruposhi Bangla. He writes, I shall return to this Bengal, to the Dhanshiri's bank, perhaps not as a man, but moina or fishing kite or dawn crow floating on the mist's bosom to alight in the shade of the jackfruit tree in this autumn harvest land. Actually, the poet celebrates his desire to come back to Bengal through several births and chooses the bank of Dhansiri as his abode. Similarly, he has also said something about Padda. Padda is also called Kirtinasha because it is a mighty destroyer. But the poet was equally aware of the damages made to rivers. He said, in one sonnet, rivers have died out with the shoals growing midstream. They no longer flow by the side of the burning ground. So herein lies our duty, our responsibility. The rivers are drying. That's why all the sonnets of Ruposhi Bangla bear the stamp of the poet's genuine passion for the rivers of southern Bengal, especially the Dhanshiri, and his poems have immortalized those rivers which are going to be extinct because of our blatant disregard for the natural flow of the rivers. And Ruposhi Bangla, the anthology of poems by the poet, can ignite our love for rivers, can encourage action for resisting practices harmful for river's health, and promote movement for restoration of river biodiversity and ecosystem for sustaining human life on Earth. Thank you all. That's all from my end.
So really, it was a wonderful presentation, and it was nice to hear from you that how really the life giver river has become something which has become extinct nowadays. Okay, so it is so very pathetic, and of course, as you said, it is the responsibility of the authors or the writers, or it is the responsibility of literature to bring in a greater transformation in the minds of people. So
literature can do that very well, sir. Yes, I believe. Yes. And you will be very, very much pleased to learn that there a movement in the place where I am now. A movement has started to save Jalangi River. Okay. And that is influenced by Jivanananda Das's Ruposhi Bangla.
Really great to hear that, sir. And you are also inspired by the writer here. So thank you so much, sir. Is there any other questions? No. If not, thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And we will meet you once again in another presentation. Thank you. And now the next presenter is Dr. N. Pratibha, Professor, Kamaraj College of Engineering and Technology, Madurai. Dr. N. Pratibha. Okay, she's not here. And the next participant is Mr. A. Dinesh, Assistant Professor in Communication, Siva Shivani Institute of Management, Hyderabad.
Hello, sir. Hi, am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, Mr. Dinesh.
Great. Hi.
Hello.
Nice knowing you, sir. So, shall I share my PPT, sir?
Yes, you can. But see that you finish it within 5 minutes. Okay.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I believe I have to get an access to share my screen, which I have not.
You can.
Is it? Oh, yeah. Yes, I got that option. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Yes, you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
Thank you. So, good morning to one and all present here. I'm Assistant Professor Dinesh in the field of communication from Siva Shivani Institute of Management, Hyderabad. The topic for today's presentation is effect of online learning in Indian higher education and empirical case study. So I believe that you all would accept, most of you would be teaching in different institutions cutting across the country, and then few would be researchers who would be stepping into the academic pursuit in the field of academics going forward. So I believe this study would throw some light with regards to what are the problems or what are the situations that students are facing during this online learning during this COVID situation. So that's the primary objective of my study. So this study has been divided into 5 sections, but introduction, literature review, methodology, student survey, analysis, whatever that I have collected, and then the results and findings. So these are the 5 aspects that I will be presenting on. So let's get started. Due to the time constraint, I'll just highlight on the key aspects. Let me not get into the micro aspect. When you have any questions or any clarification if you need, maybe we'll discuss in Q&A session. I'll be more happy to engage in that forum. Fine. So as we all know, Indian education sector, which is one of the very biggest in the whole world, where we have 993 universities and 39 plus colleges, and then 10,000 plus standalone institutions, according to the survey or the data from MHRD in 2019. So which clearly shows that what amount of area that we have Indian education sector is. So during this COVID situations, cutting across all areas have affected to a greater extent, out of which education is an area or a sector which has been affected to a greater extent. Though it has affected, it did not even stop a single day, I would say. Taking an example or taking a context from my from the institution where I work or where I come from, where March 23rd was the lockdown was imposed. On March 24th, we started having our online classes, and then right till today, even right now, I'm going back to my college. So not even one day that has been, regular. When Sunday was off, and the other 6 days, students had regular classes, they had convocation, all those things happened. But even then, there were quite a lot of hassles has happened in the initial stage of implementation. During the initial stage of implementation, as a management, we feel that yes, we have implemented all these aspects, but from the student end, how that has been delivered, how that has been taken, how they have received it, and how it has been materialized it. So that's what this study is trying to see. So this online pedagogy has become a new normal, off late from 2020 mid of 2020. But every new, I mean, when I inquired with students, how do you feel this new normal? They said that, sir, it is not new normal, it is abnormal, which is very difficult for us to cope with the online classes. We get a lot of hassles in between. We are easily distracted and several other aspects. So then I replied, every new normal in the initial days looks abnormal, but going forward, then that becomes normal. Now we are focusing towards blended learning, where we are trying to incorporate both traditional classroom as well as, and then online classroom, how we can incorporate, because right now the second wave of is trying to, it's getting over, and then third wave, we are in the process of third wave right from September 1st, because most of the education institutions and then entertainment industry are going to get open. So we are, the context, we are not sure what it's going to be. Fine. So this emerging pedagogy, is it a lifesaver or is it a life-threatening thing? So let's see whether from the student perspective, this study looks it from a student perspective, where there is a shift from physical classroom where to a virtual, from a synchronous learning to an asynchronous learning, where students can learn at their pace, at their own, where they don't need to sit during the class hours, where they can watch the recording whenever they have time. So asynchronous learning has happened. So in this current context, what are the feel, or what are the aspects that students feel with regards to their online learning process? So these are the few literatures that I have looked at from the global perspective as well as Indian perspective. So what are the aspects? Let me not get into the detail. Yeah. So the methodology that I have used for this study is ethnographic study. Being a risk, I'm a faculty there. I said it's a case study where I get into, I involved, I was part of the institution where for the first years, as part of the study, the data collection happened in two phases. One is when they, in the June, when the first year students, PGDM management students, when they join in their first semester, I collected data about what is their online learning experiences. And after they completed their two trimesters, when they joined their third trimester in the month of January 2021, I collected a second data where try to understand how it has impacted or how it has evolved. What was their initial observation about online learning, and what was their experience with the 7 months or 8 months online learning experiences. So I was a teacher. I was a teacher in the class as well as I'm a researcher as well for this particular study. So this is an ethnographic research paradigm was used, and the mixed method where qualitative analysis about the institution has been discussed in the paper in detail, and then quantitative analysis of the study has been presented as part of the analysis. So interview, field notes, and questionnaire were used as part of primary data collection, and then research articles were used as the secondary data collection process. So the data have been collected from 104 students in the initial stage, and the second set of data was collected from 105 students from a same set of students.
Yes, Mr. Vinod, please, you can just
sure. So these are the students' data remains the same. They were the same particular set of students where we collected data from, and this is the student survey. So we try to understand what are their preferred platform they choose for online learning, whether they would like to continue their online classes, or what are their, how do they feel that individual attention during their online classes happens. So these are the 10 questions that I try to understand over the period of the study. So the overview of the study. So in the initial phase, they felt that the institution had Impartus, which is as a online learning portal for the students to attend their online classes. That was in the initial stage. That has a maximum number, but in the later stage, there were few students where the yellow color, whatever it has been highlighted, that's the first stage where we collected data, and the second stage is in the January 2021. So initially for Microsoft Teams and Zoom, there was not much of an, students were not very much into it because they haven't experimented to it, and then the faculty and the management was also not have used it. So because of that, it didn't have a greater impact. But later, when online became their part of life, they try to explore different online platforms which can facilitate their learning engagement more better. So then later, Zoom and Microsoft Teams had more options to experiment themselves and then to make the classroom more engaging. So in that context, Microsoft Team have been preferred over a period of time after their 7 months of online teaching experience. And then whether they would like to continue online classes, in the initial phase, they were excited about online classes. They don't need to travel.
Mr. Vinod, please try to conclude. What is your concluding finding?
Yes. So
it is a really wonderful research.
And then the attention span remains in an online classroom. Maximum of 30 minutes is what 60% of them feel that they try to pay attention. And then during attendance, 10% feel that only during attendance they log in and then they just give attendance and then they just go off. So that's the attention span is something that is a huge concern. And distraction during online classes, distraction is something that happens. Digital distraction now that has been impacting to a greater extent in online classes. Factors missing during online classes, they miss peer feedback, teamwork, involvements in the class, social interaction. Impact of online learning, they feel that the joy of learning has completely went away. Positive learning is just 70% out of 105 response that we have received. And then to summarize, what are the key points? Maybe I can just hide. So digital distraction hampers the classes to a greater extent is the first, is the key point that they're trying to say, because in online classes, their attention span to a greater extent they've been distracted. So because of which they've been digitally distracted, that hampers their classroom participation and their learning intake, and individual attention to class is also missing during online classes. So students also feel that individual attention in an online class is missing, whereas in a physical classroom, it will be easy for the students to point out students if they have really comprehend whatever that has been discussed. So giving that as a limitation, so individual attention is also missing. Lack of engagement in the classroom. Mostly they didn't ask questions, they just log in, they turn off their video. If at all there's any question, network issue or technical glitches, they have certain options to say. And then because of which lack of engagement, the teachers also feel less motivated, and that is being gradually visible in the way the content is being delivered, because that's a limitation again. So these are the 3 key findings out of the study. If there's any questions, maybe there are a lot of other points to say. I have even taken few teachers' perspective as well. So what are the teachers' perspective with regards to online teaching? They have also given few suggestions as well. So I did few interview with few selected faculties, but the primary focus of the study is from student perspective, and from the student perspective, these are the challenges that they are facing.
Thank you, yes. Mr. Dinesh, because you have taken away another person's time. I can say that. Of course, it is an interesting research, okay, because it would be useful for others also to do their research. Probably this is a wonderful method for doing their PhD research even. This is the method. Of course, you have wonderfully done that. It is a genuine research. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I am sorry for not allowing you to.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And the next participant would be Ms. Sugandha, PhD scholar, Dayalbar, Agra. Sugandha, Ms. Sugandha, not available. Okay. So Radhika Sharma, research scholar, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Roorkee.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, I am here.
Yes, who is that? Radhika
Yes, sir. Yes.
Please unmute your video.
Sir, Sugandha Khera is also available, sir. Sir, I got
Madam,
disconnected.
Please, the people, you be ready, because you have the schedule with you in the WhatsApp group. Okay.
Yes, sir, I was ready.
So you have to be ready, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And first let Ms. Radhika present, and then
Sure.
Okay. Ms. Radhika, your time limit is just 5 minutes, please. Ms. Radhika, your audio is not audible.
Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible enough? Right
Yes,
now?
yes, you are audible now.
Okay, sir.
It is just 5 minutes.
Morning.
Please
Okay,
don't
sure.
exceed that. Okay. Your
Okay, sure.
yeah, please.
Yeah.
So good morning, everyone. I am Radhika Sharma, research scholar in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Roorkee. So today, the title of my presentation is Disability as an Allegory, a study of dual marginality amidst the vulnerable socio-political state of a post-colonial nation. So these are the contents of my presentation today. I have taken Rohinton Mistry's fine balance into consideration for this presentation. So this is my thesis statement: to confer the dual or multiple marginalized identity of disabled Dalit and to analyze the contemplation of them as non-humans alongside their social exclusion. So the aim and objective of my presentation is to explore disability at an intersection with caste in the context of Rohinton Mistry's fine balance, and to explore the double social exclusion of disabled Dalit and Dalit with disability due to disability accompanied by Dalit identity. So the attributes of disability are like disability is a diminished state of being and excludable type. It's an identity category, which is a minority category, and disability in literature has been used as a metaphorical device to represent various social ills and evils. So as the select novel of Fine Balance is situated in the backdrop of national emergency, which is a 21-month period of political disaster. So this particular novel, Rohinton Mistry, explores the trial and tribulation of the masses in the backdrop of national emergency. And Mistry has painted village life as well as city life amidst the chaos of national emergency. So there is a very important concept, that is narrative prosthesis in disability studies, and Rohinton Mistry's fine balance proves the fact that novel uses disability as a tool to highlight the social ills. So Michel and Snyder in 2000 in their book Narrative Prosthesis, it says that disability pervades a literary narrative, first as a stock feature of characterization and second as an opportunistic metaphorical device. Narrative prosthesis is not meant to indicate that disability has been used throughout history as a crutch upon which literary narratives lean for their representational power, disruptive potential, and analytical insight. So dual discrimination, intersection of disability with caste. So disability and Dalits are completely different entities, but they possess similar social structure. So if a person is both disabled and Dalit, then disabled Dalit or Dalit with disability is more likely to suffer from double social exclusion. So Govina C. Paul, a Dalit scholar, says such intertwined problems can cause multiple disadvantages, which become emotionally traumatic and can lead to irrevocable psychological damage. So there in Fine Balance, there is a regular use of animal metaphor or zoomorphism for Dalits, like witless animal, stinking dog, shameless little donkeys, etc. So there is an instance in the novel when Ishwar and Om, the two major characters in the novel, so they were forcefully castrated by the upper caste Thakur. So this incident has a huge impact on their bodies, so which leads Ishwar legs were amputated and Om gained weight due to this incident. So Mistry's portrayal of upper caste, authority of upper caste over the lives and bodies of low caste demonstrates Foucault's concept of docile bodies. So the realization of having an amputated body completely shatters Ishwar, and he does not want to live anymore. And this propagates the stereotypical notion that is better dead than disabled. So disabled body carries stigma. So this particular stigma, as Goffman says, this fundamental inferiority to stigmatized people are social rejection, social exclusion, and lowered expectations. So Dalit are more prone towards disability, and study has, validated this concept, because they are at the receiving end of exploitation because of poor living conditions. So like Firate and Jolly says that hunger, violence, war, addiction, and poor living working conditions differentially disable the most deprived human beings. So to conclude, Rohinton Mistry's Fine Balance present itself as a best prototype of how literary narrative use body politics and disability as a prosthetic device to highlight social ills. So the novel and in turn the paper draws an analogy between broken bodies and broken nation, when disabled, damaged, and socially marginalized bodies signifies a collapsed nation. So characters are represented in a way that justifies Frederick Jameson's idea of national allegory, where personal is nation. So in short, national allegory and disability propagate the idea of reductionism or synecdoche, where part represent the whole. It means that just a disability defines the whole character of a disabled human beings, or microcosm represent the macrocosm. So these are the references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Radhika Sharma, for the wonderful presentation on the disabilities and body politics, which is there. Of course, it is represented in literature also. So, any questions? No. Okay. So we have. Thank you, madam. So we have the resource person for the next session. Dr. M. Saptiya Ernanda, Professor, Department of English, Research, Teacher, Training and Education Faculty, University, Serambi, Makkah, Indonesia. Mr. She is here. We welcome you, Madam Professor. We welcome you, Professor, for this two-day international conference. And I think you'll be you will not mind waiting till your session by 10 o'clock. So thank you so much for joining with us, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We shall proceed with the next presenters, and we will come back to you by 10 a.m.
All right. Okay.
In Indian time. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. And the next presenter is Ms. Sugandha. Sugandha?
I think,
okay.
Manali Balhara.
No, Sugandha, she said she was ready earlier. Okay. And if not, let me call the next presenter, Manali Balhara, research scholar, the North Cape University, Gurugram, Haryana.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning. Please unmute your video and make it very precise.
Yes, sir.
3 to 4 minutes, please, so that others should also present. We have 17 members present in this session.
Yes, sir. Sir, my title is The History of English Literature.
Your video is not visible. Please, you are not visible. Because we need to know who is presenting. Okay.
Yes, sir.
That is important.
So am I visible now?
Yes. You can
Okay.
proceed.
Yes. So 1 second. The title of my paper is The History of English Literature. Reflecting on the power of literature, John Steinbeck said, literature is as old as speech, and it grew out of human need for it. And it has not changed except to become more needed. While being as old as speech, one can also say that it is as new as tomorrow's sunrise. It links humanity with great ideas, both moral and novel in nature. Lived experiences of people travel through space and time by the means of writing, thereby creating advancement of learning and understanding. Writing in the form of experiment, human imagination takes the form of innovation and becomes the torchbearer for various genres and forms to proliferate. Due to its representational and referential nature, our ancestors in this field have marked the eras and periods wherein the different forms of writings have flourished. For instance, the early English period from Chaucer to Shakespeare, Shakespeare to Milton, Milton to Wordsworth, Wordsworth to Tennyson, Tennyson to Eliot, and Eliot to the contemporary work. This paper shall make an attempt to study these periods in the larger framework of history of English literature. The canon of literature shall be studied with general...
Excuse me, madam, sorry to interrupt, because it's a larger framework. Please try to condense it, and please tell your findings. Okay, what you try to, yes. What is your conclusion? What is, okay, please. What you have found out of this larger framework, please brief it.
Yes, sir. The wide range of writers and their works shall make this paper a truly engrossing and fascinating read. I will try to concise my work and talk about the literary history and for whom is it written. The history is written for two audiences: those who know a few landmark texts of English literature but little of the surrounding landscape, and those who simply want to read its long story from its origins to the present day. The history of English writing begins very early in the Middle Ages and continues through the Renaissance, the Augustan and Romantic periods to the Victorian age, the 20th century, and down to the present. It is written so as to be read as a coherent whole. It can also be read in parts and consulted for information. Its narrative plan and layout are clear, and it aims to be both readable and concise. Attention is paid to the greater poets, dramatists, prose writers, and novelists, and to the more general literary developments. Each part of the story gains from being set in literary and social contexts. Space is given to illustrative quotation and to critical discussions of selected major authors and their works. So, talking about literature, it's a word with qualitative implication, not just a neutral term for writing in general. Without this implication and without a belief on the part of the author that some qualities of literature are best appreciated when it is presented in the order in which it appeared, there would be little point in a literary history. Literary history can be useful and is increasingly necessary. Scholars specialize in single fields. English teachers teach single works. Larger narratives are becoming lost. The perspective afforded by a general view is not widely available. Students of English leave school knowing a little landmark works, but little of the landscape which surrounds them. So as the poet, Elizabethan poet Samuel Daniel says, how many thousands never heard the name of Sidney or of Spencer or their works? So talking about the canon, a canon is a selection from the larger literary tradition, and the tradition consists of more than a set of canonical texts. The modern English literary tradition goes back to the 15th century when Scottish poets invoked a poetic tradition with Chaucer as its head. As the Renaissance went on, this tradition was celebrated by Sidney, Spencer, Shakespeare, Johnson, Milton, and their successors. Because of paucity of time, I am not reading between the lines. I am not elaborating upon these canonical writers. Tradition implies participation and communication. It grows and fades, changing its aspect every few generations. When scholars first looked into English literary history in the 18th century, they found that the medieval phase was stronger and longer than had been realized. In the 19th century, the novel became more stronger than drama. Writing and literature continue, as so does the study of English. Since about 1968, the university English departments have diversified. Literary tradition has to contend with ideology and with research interests. Other writing in English
just the last 1 minute.
Okay. So, despite challenge, diversification, and accommodation, familiar names are still found at the core of what is studied at school, college, and university. Students need to be able to put those names into an intelligible order related to literary and non-literary history. So, thank you, sir.
Professor, you're muted, Professor.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. So it's a kind request for all the other presenters. Please do not exceed 3 to 4 minutes. Okay. Do not read the paper. This is not paper reading session. Please present your papers, present your scholarly findings. Okay. In a way that others can understand. Okay. So the next presenter is Reshmi Ravindra, Assistant Professor, Department of English, SN College, Punalur. Reshmi Ravindra. Reshmi Ravindran. Okay. Not here. Next, the next presenter is Rashmi Panwar, research scholar, DAV PG College, Dehradun, Uttarakhand.
Yes, sir. Very good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please proceed.
Okay. Very good morning, all of you. And today my topic is gender discrimination and the fiction of Ellison Monroe. Gender discrimination plays a cruel role in the society. It creates chairs to segregate relation. What is a man and what is women, and what else one can be. Since the advent of the second feminism wave, gender has been detached from, then reattached to biological sex. Generally, gender can be defined in the terms of the roles attributed by society to men and women. Gender is a fundamental aspect of personal and social identity, and a biological, psychological, and a cultural category has paramount importance in it. It helps in stereotyping and structuring not only the roles of gender but mindset as well. Sex is biological while gender is a cultural attribute to it. Culture is responsible for the forming of the psyche of an individual, either male or female, and for the ways by which society understands biological difference. Sex is considered a fact one is born with either male or female genitalia, while gender is considered a social construction. The difference is based on the word nature and domination, while the female is confined with the word as pretty, beautiful, dedicated, and tender. Regarding the stereotyping of women in society, we ever considered that one is born but rather becomes a woman. Over a long period of time, female was presented as a formless matter that impregnated by the active male power. In the Christian myth regarding creation, God is the light and form, who gives light to darkness and chaos. This acceptance of old beliefs and conventions regarding gender gave birth to patriarchy and made women rule of the father in a male domination society. It is a social and ideological construct which considers man as superior to women. Patriarchy is based on a system of power relations which are hierarchical and unequal, where men control on women's reproduction, and sexuality. So, in this paper, what I want to say that Ellison Monroe, in our society, we see a lot of things like religion, caste, and gender. These three things affect our personal of every person socially. However, gender affects social and personal life. It is an attribute given by society. And when we talk about Ellison Monroe's creation, so what we find that she is the best living short story writer. She uses her pen to express the condition of women. Most of her works about the personal experience. So because of this, her creations are literally different than the other one. In this paper, I look at the men and women relationship and try to highlight the key subjects and Monroe's stories like the oppressed role of women in a male-driven culture, or how a woman handles and social and psychological kind of problems. Monroe's fiction is set in Canadian town. It is not hard to figure how that the work strengthens the impression of oppression of women in Canadian culture. She uncovers the working of social supremacy in Canada and her stories. Women are suffering in various ways in Canadian culture. This is the subject matter and her fiction. Her protagonists grapple with the concern of identity. Monroe investigates the existence of women limited by the rituals made by the social system. Here I am giving an example of her short story that names Legend. It is a significant short story from her story collection, whose title is Progress of Love. It represents the point regarding women as sexual things and an item in the outward expression of culture, which is handled by men. Monroe being a Canadian writer.
Mr. Rashmi.
Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt. We have 1 minute for you. Please.
Yes, yes, sir. Being a Canadian writer, she reveals the narrow-mindedness that the Canadian culture has forced on females in the name of tradition and culture. She demonstrates the adverse results of male domination of women and their consequences on the soft heart of women. So this is a story about a woman named Stella who is getting old. So what is the conclusion? Because of time limit, I am going to give that this paper provides a nearby connection between traditions and gender as reflected in Munro's short stories. And by a concise conversation on the social development of the term gender, it moreover talks about the place of female and a conservative angle. It depicts the suffocated life of women in male-centric culture, and all the examined stories in this paper present the confinement and operation of the one gender by the opposite gender in Canadian culture. In our society, we see a lot of things. So the social predominance and male-centric example are the focal subjects in social variables are naturally found in the short stories of Ellis and Munro. So I think these are enough for my paper. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes. So you have brought to light the the other side of these women, that is the sufferings, and all those things, and you can find how the society also looked at this. Okay, and we have to, of course, focus on this in more researches. So thank you so much, Ms. Rashmi. Let us invite the next participant, Ms. Ashira and Dr. Swagat Ghosh, Assistant Professor, Kumaraguru College of Liberal Science and Arts.
Yeah, sir. Thank you.
Yes, may I know who this is? Please unmute your video.
Sir, myself Ashira, sir.
Please unmute your video so that we know the presenter. Unmute your video, please. See, a kind request, since this is a public forum, okay, if we go to present any paper in any institutions, definitely we will be making our presence there. The visibility should be there, so that in such a way that we have to make some arrangements even at home, so that that we make our presence there, and our video should be unmuted. Okay, and madam, please don't take much time.
Yes.
You have 4 minutes. Okay.
Okay, sir. So good morning, everyone. This is Ashira, pursuing 3rd BA English Literature at Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science. And my study aims at understanding the comparison between Jane Eyre and the White Sargasso Sea, analyzing of various themes associated with the novel, and finally the contrasting characters. And moving on to the second slide, the introduction. The novels by Charlotte Bronte and Jane Eyre accesses the opposing arguments between the two different women and their ordeal in their society. And secondly, the comparison of the novel. By the comparison of the novel, both the novels are published under the Victorian era, and The White Sargasso Sea is both a response and prequel to Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre that is set in West Indies. And thirdly, the comparison of themes. Jane Eyre and White Sargasso Sea explores the themes of racial identity and social class, along with a strong desire to be accepted regardless, in order to find a place in the society where they fit in. And fourthly, contrasting characters. Both the novels share the life of a woman with their misfortune, that is far from the family, and have a lonely childhood. And coming to the Rochester, he is depicted as dark and brooding in Jane Eyre, and in White Sargasso Sea, he is a morphed person from a romantic lead into a villain. And moving on to the third slide, it's about purpose of the study. The main purpose of my study is to compare the novels of Jane Eyre and White Sargasso Sea, and also comparing the character of the novel and how the themes portray a different analysis when comparing to both the novels. And the next slide, this slide talks about the various aspects Firstly, the Victorian era. Jain era takes place at a time when slavery provided the basis of West Indian economy and the politics. And in White Sargasso Sea, it starts immediately after the emancipation. And secondly, explain the novel in reference to Victorian era. White Sargasso Sea was written at the period when Black power and Afro-Caribbean writers and theorists seized and reconceived the history and culture of the West Indies. And in Jain era, it reflects the convergence of Victorian era and the industrial evolution and the social standings of its time. And thirdly, explaining the themes in reference to Victorian era. Victorian aspects of Jain era includes the psychological realism, social criticism, religious morality, and domesticality. And moving to White Sargasso Sea, it is the oppression of slavery and empowerment and complexity of racial identity. And moving to the methodology, a qualitative approach is used in this research paper. The primary data is to find the link between the two novels, and the secondary data is connecting Mr. Rochester that is described in White Sargasso Sea and the one found in the Jain era. And moving to the descriptive style, the descriptive generic structure is used to analyze various themes associated with the novel and the contrasting characters. And these are the key findings of my research. The two writers has utilized the artistic gadget of imagery in their composition, and we could understand that our enthusiasm for the characters and subject is very advanced by the imagery intrinsic. That is, story components, the dreams, the character's name, the place name, the shadings, the fire, and more surprisingly, the titles of the novels. And here are the references which I used for my research. And thank you for this wonderful opportunity, and thank you.
Well presented, madam. You managed within the time, within 5 minutes. Okay. And I have a question. What made you choose this or bring these two writers together?
Sir, actually, I have read the novel Jain era in my first year. It's a favorite. It's one of my favorite novel. So when I started researching about Jain era, I came to know that there is a comparison with White Sargasso Sea. So by reading more text, I took this comparison. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Keep it up. Okay, thank you. And thank you. The next presenter is Sukita, Assistant Professor, Badasan Government College for Women, Puducherry. Sukita, please unmute your audio. Please unmute your audio.
Good morning, sir.
Yes.
Today my presentation is about the Indian folklore. So I'd like to share my title. Just a moment. Yeah, am I clear now, sir? Hello?
Yes, madam.
So, yes, sir. So today my topic is like a Indian folklore and analytical study. And when it comes to folklore, always fascinates me. So I would like to present my paper on that, and I've selected that. And through folklore, one can understand the culture, the tradition, and we can also pass it from generation to generation. And moreover, it's a very great amusement and what to say, very interesting way to pass our traditions and culture to our children. Through stories, we can accumulate like our tradition to their mind. So the term folklore was first coined by William Thomas in 1846, and during the time, that time, folklore was like there, but the term folklore was first coined only in 1846. And in Indian folklore, many writers have contributed for the Indian folklore, like the first, what to say, a prominent writer in folklore is A.K. Ramanujan, and he did a very lot, like lot of sources he has discovered, and he has collected them in his fine book, and I have taken his stories, like his stories in the sense stories from his collection, and I have taken the theme incest to whatever the theme incest he has taken in 3 or 4 stories in his collection. I have taken them, and to support this, I have taken Levi-Strauss incest theme. Okay, the ideology of Levi-Strauss, and Levi-Strauss says like incest was there from the beginning of the civilization, and he also says like while folklore was prohibited because people cannot expand their family if incest was there. It will be like always going on within the family. They won't seek the outside relations. So that's the main thing that why we stopped incest in the beginning. He says. So I've taken 3 stories: Mother Mary's son, Kora and his sister, and Sona and Rupa. So these 3 stories are from Indian folklore. And the first story, it's about like a Sattve, a goddess. She used to write the fate of the children, and she actually leaves her daughter during night time when she goes for duty. And one day, her daughter was very curious to know about her own destiny. What will happen to me? My mother is writing the destiny of other kids. So why am I not supposed to know about my destiny? So she was very interested, and she pesters her mother. And her mother, she refused to answer her initially. But because of her pestering thing, she says like, you're destined to marry your own son. So on hearing that, her daughter was very much flattered. Okay, so she says like, I want to at any way, I want to stop this, and she goes to a forest, and in residing the forest, she resides there alone. Okay, so after many years, a king comes through the forest, and he gargles water from the lake, and he spits it back. So when she goes and consumes the same water, what happens now? She also consumes the same water, and she becomes pregnant. This is folk, so we should not go for logical. So she becomes pregnant, and after a few months, she delivers a baby boy. Okay, and in order to prohibit the destiny, what she say does, like she covers the baby in her sari with a wrap, and she just leaves the child in one particular place. After some time, childless parents, they come there, and they see the baby, and they take the baby.
Sorry to disturb. A gentle reminder: you have one more minute.
Oh, so but anyhow, like after some time, she marries the same boy without knowing like he is her boy. Okay, so she marries him, and this proves that anyway, whatever is destined, it will be happening. So then another story is Sona and Rupa. So this also same like incestuous story. In this story, the brother becomes fascinated by the 2 sisters, and he determines to marry them. But the parents try to prevent him from doing this incestuous thing, but he remains very adamant, and he marries them. And at last, like 3 of them dies in an accident. So this also proves like what to say. We shouldn't marry within the family circle. And another story, Kora and his sister. The brother wants to marry his sister, but she remains very adamant. No, I won't do this because you are my brother. And she commits suicide. On seeing her death, he also commits suicide. So what I'm my paper proposes is like that. Whatever like if we do something, what the society or what the civilization prohibits us from doing, will be facing certain consequences, even fatally. This is it, sir. Thank you for your opportunity.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. And so you are just, I have spoken about the taboo, which of course it is prevailing even in the contemporary era. And of course, there is some solution for taboos also in literature, is what you are finding is so very well presented, So thank you, madam. And next presenter is S.K. Rahmat, Assistant Professor, Dwaragadas Govindan Das, Vaishnav College, Chennai.
Morning, sir.
Yes, good morning, Professor.
Yes, sir. I'm not able to share the screen because the other person's screen has not.
You can share your screen.
Yes, sir. I'm not able because it says you cannot share screen while the other participant is sharing. Hers, she hasn't closed her window, I think.
Now you try, madam. I have allowed multiple sharing now.
Yeah, I'm trying to, sir. Just a minute.
Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Okay. Yes.
So my paper is on the theme of displacement in Amitav Ghosh Gun Island. So Amitav Ghosh, he's a well-known Indian writer. He has won many prestigious awards. And actually from his work, we can observe that he brings out the real essence of survival of human beings. About this particular novel, Gun Island, it revolves around the major characters, Dinanath Datta, P.R. Roy, Tipu, Rafi, Sinta. These are the major characters. And the novel moves from one place, there is one phase to the other with the introduction of several characters. Each character have their own importance. And it portrays the life of the people, especially in the Sundarbans. Actually, he has written even one more novel based on the Sundarbans. It is Hungry Tide. Some of the characters which appear in the Hungry Tide appears in this novel also. So my major focus on this novel is the theme of displacement in this particular novel. And actually, as we all know, displacement is not a new theme. So people keep on changing their own places. It is right from the uncivilized times. So only the reason for displacement keeps changing. So it may be voluntary or involuntary, and it influences the lifestyle and attitude of the people. And sometimes it's a struggle, sometimes pleasure for the people, and sometimes it's a combination of both. So this novel especially compares the dissociation of people of post-colonial times. That is when people started migrating as slaves, coolies, and all that. But the current generation migrate for their own purposes. So here we have the characters. The major character is Dinanath Datta. He basically belongs to Calcutta, but he's just shifting himself to New York.
Madam, you can escape this character analysis. You can just get into the main.
Yes, sir.
Please.
So, because it revolves around him, and he even dislikes his. That is when his friend calls him with his childhood name Dinu. He doesn't want to be called by that name because of his displacement from India to America. He is known as Dean in America. So he just wanted to do that. And we have the other major characters, Sinta, P.R. Roy, Nilima Bose, Tipu, Rafi, and Bilal. So Dinanath, actually, he travels from Sundarbans to Venice to find out the history behind the Banduki Sadagar in Sundarbans. So here he wants to find out the reason why this gun merchant travels from India to Italy, and later he finds out what it is. So it is a comparison. In olden days, why people displaced from one place to the other, and in the current times, what are the reasons? So my conclusion on this paper is the depiction of these characters can be considered as life examples, and people try to settle down in other countries and they undergo identity crisis. But many do not realize the fact behind this, and they are fond of a new lifestyle and monetary benefits. And until we feel contented with what we have, history will be recording incidents of displacement. I want to end this presentation with a quote. So it was the desires and appetites of the metropolis that that moved people between continents, slaves and coolies, and they were producers, not consumers. But in the current era, young men, that is the characters like Rafi, Tipu, Bilal, they want all these smartphones, computers, cars. And since childhood, the most attractive images that they had beheld were not of the rivers and fields that surround them, but of things like these flashing across the screens of their phones. So for their need, for their want, they want to shift. But it was not done legally. So that gives them a problem in their life. So with this, I conclude my paper. Thank you, sir.
Yes, madam, well presented. This theme of displacement, of course, it is happening, especially in the post-colonial and post-modern world. It is more of a voluntary than involuntary. And of course, finally, you can feel the same kind of sufferings which these people undertake.
Yes.
Yes, it is contemporary topic which you have dealt with. Okay, thank you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
And the next presenter is Professor N. Mohanapriya, Assistant Professor, Patrician College of Arts and Science, Chennai. So, Mohanapriya.
Yes, sir. Good morning. 1 second.
Madam, you have just 3 minutes because before 10 o'clock we have to wind up the remaining 5 participants.
Sure. I'm
so
not
you just introduce your topic and you just let us know your findings. Okay, please unmute your video, please.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. My topic is victimization towards accession, a critical study on hegemony in Imayam's Kaviarasu, Allies Beast of Burden. So this research paper, victimization, will throw light on the caste issues, pains and sufferings that the characters endured and also meted out by the both upper caste and the lower caste people in the society. They are labeled as the scheduled caste or Dalits. They are also known by the expression untouchables, which defines the way are treated and by the other caste people in the society. This paper portrays and explains Dalit people's sufferings that they encountered and turned out to assert their presence in the society. They raise their voice that they are also part of the society through, this particular novel, Beast of Burden by Imayam, he also known as V. Annamalai. He was born and brought up in Tamil Nadu, and he also working as a school teacher in Arcot district. The most notable work, Kaviarasu, A Beast of Burden. So my research paper concerns mainly about the character and a teenage protagonist, since they face many struggles in the life from their childhood. So thus, the novel reveals the pain, full suffering and humiliation that they underwent, which helps them for their self-realization. So this experience of being a Dalit as a narrative of a shared history of suffering and pain is examined in order to establish the identity of Dalits as a socio-cultural subjects. So this, there are a few important notes that I want to share over here. Arokyam, the protagonist, and her husband Savari, they used to serve only the Dalit streets, which is known as a colony, used separately by washermen to serve the upper caste people. Arokyam and Savari were given cooked rice, leftovers, and also grains, foodstuffs, clothes, etc. at the fixed times of every year in their return service. So thus, this novel, Kaviarasu.
Sorry to interrupt, madam.
One more point. The novel Kaviarasu gives us immense sense of knowledge and a deep sense of understanding on the theme of caste, deep-rooted in the mind of the people and through the struggles and the realities that the Dalits endured by the upper caste community. So the marginal Dalit who is disposed remain invisible in the Indian caste system. So to conclude my presentation saying that the study of this particular paper, which ends with it is an authentic documentation on how each character being proposed and asserts their existence by enduring all such sufferings, and it will be end only in their hope and a new start. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you, madam. And the next presenter is Anusha M.N. Sativika K.S. Yuva Yoga Sri B. Students of MER of Institute of Speech and Hearing, Chennai, co-authored by Ms. Maria J., Assistant Professor of the same institution.
Good morning, sir.
We just have 2 minutes to just introduce your
Yes,
topic
sir.
and tell the findings. That's enough, please.
Yes, sir. A very good morning to all of you. Today's topic of our presentation is procedural discourse analysis in children with learning.
Okay, please. What's your finding, probably?
This is a table of contents. I'll just give a small introduction and move on to the results. The term discourse generally refers to the use of language and encompasses a number of genres. Which
Please,
may be
no need to introduce these terms. Please come to your finding, please.
Okay. So these are the macrostructural and microstructural elements that we analyzed in children with learning disability disorder using procedural tasks, and the results and discussion. From the parental checklist for learning difficulty characteristics, 70% of them exhibited difficulty in following the lines, reading, and had reversals of letters when writing. 60% of them had difficulty in pronouncing multisyllable words. Analysis of macrostructural parameters indicated a statistical significance for information adequacy only, whereas in microstructural parameters, they have indicated a statistical significance for information adequacy. Some of the reasons that we would like to quote is that inefficient processing and organizational abilities in these children, and a series of embedded episodes places more demands on the cognitive system. The ability to recall a gist on information was significantly less. The reasons from of the microstructure analysis where we saw significant differences for complex structure per utterance was fewer words and units of ideas with less entirely complex sentences, and they performed on par with non-disabled children because they had an intact visual short-term memory, and the explanations were inadequate and not explicit enough as it hindered the cohesiveness. The conclusion was that there was a very small discernible difference that was seen between the two groups in the domains of microstructural and macrostructural features. They performed in less two microstructural and one macrostructural process. There was an infrequent result that was due to the fact that children with SLD have good visual short-term memory and an intact declarative and non-sequential memory. The take-home message, it is concluded that specific learning disorder has a minor effect on procedural performance, and this in turn might have an effect on language performance in an individual. Procedural task, as I mentioned earlier, it assesses the ability to carry out basic procedural activities, as the main purpose of procedural discourse is to inform or instruct. The team approach in the assessment and management of SLD is important, as it is important for your all professions in terms of linguists and English language teaching profession. It is important for you all to identify and make appropriate reference to rehabilitations. And also from an SLP point of view, the therapy focusing on language and cognitive aspects calls for the importance of speech and language therapy. And
Okay,
very sorry I had to concise everything into very short information. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to showcase our work.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Anusha. And of course, it was an unique paper. Right, we will be happy to read and enjoy your paper probably. And yes, now a common instruction to all the other participants who are not presented here in this session. We have two more participants, Maria Joan. I hope Ms. Maria Joan.
Sir, I'm here, sir.
Yes, so you have just 2 minutes, please.
Okay, fine.
Okay,
sir.
and before you present, I just inform the other people. There is Dr. M. Pradeepa, the Sugandha, and Rashmi Ravindran. These are the three people who has not presented here. When their turn was.
Also not presented, sir.
Pardon?
Pratibha, sir. I'm Pratibha, sir. I am here to present, sir.
Yes, madam. Please don't mistake me. Let these people present, and
okay,
probably, if time permits, we can present in this slot, or else you can present in the 11:30 slot. Okay, 11 o'clock slot, please. And yes, now you can proceed, Ms. Maria Joan.
Okay, sir.
Please make it fast.
Since I don't have time for presenting my screen, I'm not going to present my screen. Okay?
Yes, okay. You can.
So my topic of research is Ismat Chughai's Gainda, a feminist study of it. Now, Gainda is a short story. It's very precise, and the fact that it's a 20th century work shows how much has the society changed since then. In the story, we can see how there is child marriage, sexual abuse, male chauvinism. And from there to the 21st century, we can see how much we have changed. But how much have we changed is the question. Because even in the 21st century, when a woman is sexually abused, she's still considered at fault. Even though she is sexually abused, she's still considered at fault. And this kind of aspect of it should be understood by the society, that we have to broaden our perspective on how much the women is suffering through the kind of attitude that people have. In the story, we have this protagonist, Gainda, talking about who will a widow dress up for. She has a sense of insecurity in herself. She's a child of 13, 14, or 15 years of age. She's in her teens. An age where she's supposed to explore things, an age where she's supposed to understand a lot of things. But to her, at that time, she became a widow. She is completely changed from what a woman in our society is. Me at the age of 15 or 14 is nothing like what she is. So the difference in the 20th century and 21st century, the feminist perspective of it has changed a lot. But the perspective that we have towards women being sexually abused, or women having a sense of identity, having insecurities, that has not changed. So that is why I have taken Ismat Chughai's Gainda, because Chughai is a controversial women writer, because she did not shy away from talking about issues that the society did not like. So to conclude, I would like to say that we need to understand women's perspective. We need to broaden our perspective. And we need to understand the kind of insecurity that women have because of the male society, because of how much the male is pushing down women in a sense. But women are strong. I do agree on that. Women are strong, and they're very much the best in the world in a sense. But we need to understand that these women are the reason why you are today what you are today. So we need to understand this, and just to make sure that we understand that being raped or being sexually abused is not a woman's fault. And that's basically it, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, of course, she wants people to understand. Yes, of course, because of the understanding only, the world is moving on, I hope, positively. Okay, there are a few exceptions here and there, of course, and the same happens with the other gender also. That is also found in the recent literatures. Okay, and I am so sad that many people are not ready to take that. Okay, for research. Okay, right. The next research, the next presenter is some Harshini from the American College, Madurai. Harshini. Okay, Harshini is not here. The next presenter is Amruta, M, Reggie, and Ritika from Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science, Coimbatore. Do we have them?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible. Madam, please don't follow the presentation. Just we need your
Sure, sir. We'll cut short it very soon. Please. Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Because the other people also need to be given chance before the next session starts.
Yes, sir. A very warm good morning to one and all present here. Handmaid's Tale is a novel's name by Margaret Atwood in one of the famous dystopian novel that brings marginalization of women to outcast. This paper is done by myself, Amruta M. Reggie, with my co-author Ritika, pursuing third year BA English Literature in Kumuruguru College of
Please,
Liberal Arts.
please. Everything is there. We can see. You just to get into the final.
Yes, sir. So talking about the overview, so we mainly focused on these 4 points: marginalization of women and The Handmaid's Tale, the novel, Society of Gilead, and the influence of totalitarianism. And basically, the thesis statement fixes more upon our novel, A Fictive Future, which bears an uncomfortable resemblance to our present society. Which means Margaret Atwood basically focused on women's rights and equality. She especially takes pain in explaining what we were before. And through this novel, she also portrays a negative side of any society. So these 3 are the main significance of the study: women, which is used as a political device, complicity, which plays a major role, and dictatorship is also another important role.
The various aspects of the novel is that the handmaids are subjected to a re-identification process where their former identity is to be exchanged for a new one, more befitted to the values of Gilead.
So the methodology used in our research paper is primary method and secondary data. So we basically focused on intrinsic study and eccentric study.
The key findings are: a woman is a womb and mothering is a fundamental role. The totalitarian authorization, otherness, and subjugation of gender are what characterizes the Gilead government. Gilead is a patriarchal community where only men are allowed a formal education. The position of women in today's world has altered considerably. As we all know, women are presently self-reliant, reasonably conscious, and financially unrestricted these days. With the inducement of literacy, women are now stepping onward with men in every step of existence. Thus, the 21st century has given rise to new confidence and has certainly authorized women. The position of women has been rewritten since modernization, which built an optimistic notion in our community. So these are the references we used for this study. That's all, sir. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your presentation, and we got a call from Dr. Bala because the resource person is already available, and the chairperson of the next session is also available. So I thought of giving some concluding remarks, but I think it will take much time, and so I just want to wish everyone for your wonderful effort taken, and those who have not presented in this session. I think 4 members have not presented in this session: Dr. N. Pradeepa, Mr. Sugandha, Ms. Reshmi, Ravindran, and Ms. Harshini. All these 4 people have to present their paper probably by the 11 o'clock session. Okay, so be ready for that session. Being chaired by Professor Kandasamy. And now, as the next chairperson, Sister Dr. A. Amala Larmati, and the resource person are waiting, I am signing off. So thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity, Bodhi team and SRM Ramapuram campus. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Right from your pleasant outlook on this warm and pleasant morning, to your wonderful moderation and the key points you have given to all the paper presenters. Thank you so much for your presence, sir. We are really honored to have you, a person of such an experience with us. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Walter. Thank you, Dr. Walter.
Professor Amala Valarmati, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry, I have joined from my system as
okay,
okay. Thank you, sir.
It gives me great pleasure to introduce you today, ma'am, to the participants and paper presenters, and we will just check if our resource person is there.
So can I go ahead, sir?
Wait, ma'am, 1 minute. I just check. Okay. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce the chairperson for this next keynote address session, Dr. Amala Valarmati. Professor Amala Valarmati completed her PhD on the reconstruction of memory and the art of storytelling in Alice McDermott's novels in 2017. She has over 23 years of experience, and her area of specialization is memory studies, Shakespeare studies, and literary theory. She is currently assistant professor and vice principal. She has presented several papers in national and international conferences and has published papers in national and international reputed journals. She is a member and chairperson of the PG Board of Studies of English for affiliated colleges affiliated to Tiruvallur University. She is also ex-officio member UG Board of Studies English for affiliated colleges, Tiruvallur University. I am very grateful, madam, for your presence, and I invite you to take over the session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's my pleasure. Thank you so much. Dr. Walter, can I introduce the resource person?
Yes.
Has she joined?
She was there in the session now. I'll just check once again.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, she is there.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir, so much. I feel greatly honored to be a chairperson for this esteemed conference hosted by SRM Institute of Science and Technology and Bodhi International Journal. I thank Dr. Balakrishnan for having given me this opportunity to
Professor Amala Valarmati, you are not audible, ma'am. I kindly request the participants to stay tuned till our chairperson resumes for introduction.
I'm sorry, I think I got disconnected.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you are back. You are back.
Sorry, can I begin again?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Sorry for the disruption. I'm extremely sorry. So ma'am has a vast work experience. She has worked in several universities in several positions as a lecturer, teaching assistant, as an exam invigilator, as an occasional associate lecturer, and as an English tutor. And she has been also an admin staff, and she has been a full-time staff in Mission National, and she has worked in several places in universities in part-time positions and also as a teaching assistant. And she has rendered a lot of voluntary works as a teaching assistant in Bristol, UK. And her profile is quite long, and it would really take a lot of time for me to do justice to her profile. I'm greatly honored to introduce such a versatile person, as she is also a trainer and she has served as a keynote speaker for many occasions, and she has been contributing a lot as a speaker, and she has several publications to her credit, a score of publications, and she's also a manuscript reviewer, and she has also been granted research grants from esteemed universities, and she has also conducted a lot of trainings and workshops. Ma'am, we are greatly honored that you have accepted to be a resource person and to share your knowledge, especially in the field of English language, literature, and linguistics. There's no other person who is best suited for this job. We greatly feel honored, and we are really thankful, grateful for your presence during this conference. Thank you very much. And now it's your time. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Professor Amala, for the introduction. Hi, everyone. I'd like to say good morning to ladies and gentlemen. I'm highly honored to be here among all of you, great scholars doing fascinating research in literature. Especially, I've been watching you presenting earlier, and there are lots of papers related to literature. Let me tell you about one thing in my country, which is English is a foreign language, so literature in English is assumed is very difficult subject. So I feel really impressed to be here among all of you. Well, maybe I'm going to quickly introduce myself again. So my name is Septia Irnanda. People usually call me Septia or sometimes Nanda. If you can see that, I'm happy to be here because I can see all of you have really beautiful names, Indian names, and I feel like strong connection to Indian myself. I don't know why. Maybe because Aceh, which is part of Indonesia, is also, was how to say it? So we are inherited from Indian merchants in the past. So yeah, so I feel really, I feel a strong connection to Indian especially. So yeah, let me just introduce about my qualifications. So I was graduated from Shah Kuala University in Indonesia, majoring English education, and then I pursued my master degree in teaching English to speakers of other languages in Deakin University, Australia in 2010. And then I, after teaching for a few years back in Indonesia, I was sponsored to pursue a doctoral degree in UK, in Bristol, particularly in the University of the West of England. So I did English language and linguistics. So today, maybe I would like to discuss with you, sharing with you. We got a lot of perspectives in these terms, in this topic. So this is about bilingualism. So I know that many of you are bilinguals yourself, and I can see you're really great examples of bilinguals. And why I say so, maybe let's find out later in the slide that I would like to share now. Well, all right, so today I'm going to talk about being bilingual. What does it mean in a third language learning, a third language acquisition, or maybe this topic is too narrow for a discussion. Well, why I chose it's only bilingual, not multilingual, and why it specifically has to be a third language of many other languages. I mean, like, we can learn as many languages as we can, right? But what I'm going to show you here is that bilingual is a really complex phenomena itself. And once we understand, when we establish a good understanding about bilingual, maybe we can transfer this understanding to multilingual later on, and amplify the understanding in multilingual context. So let's start with bilingual, and then maybe let's just look at the outline first. So we're going to see bilinguals, the definition and the cognitive consequences, and then we see the term of high versus low bilinguals, and why we have to define or categorize them in categorize bilinguals in this way, and then forms and meaning of language and literacy competent, and awareness, the type, and I'll show you a case study and definition, and then finally we'll arrive at a conclusion. So bilinguals, who are they? So of course we know bilinguals. Primarily, the primary definition of it has to be someone with two language competence, or someone who can speak two languages. That's it. But I think, but it turned out that bilinguals are not as simple as that, because there are lots of, we see the bilinguals who speak one language, but who speak, who can speak one language very fluently, and then they have, to some extent, some knowledge in the second language, maybe just understand the language passively, and we still can call them bilinguals. Right? So there are many, it's a complex terminology, I could say. So Baker and Price Jones gives a kind of like guidance questions to guide us in defining bilinguals, and we can see that bilinguals can be measured by how fluent people in two languages, and how equal this competence is. Fluent is something related to spoken language instead of written language. How about written language? Maybe we should cover this factor as well in defining a bilingual. And then, is language proficiency the only criterion for assessing bilingualisms, or should the use of two languages also be considered? So the use also makes a difference, because sometimes, like, I have English, I speak English, but since I arrived back in Indonesia, I speak rarely English. So what about the use of English? And I also speak Achenese, Indonesian. Well, I only speak Achenese in social group and in social gathering, while Indonesian is more in a formal gathering. So the use of languages should also be considered. And most people would define a bilingual as a person who can speak two languages. What about a person who can understand? Just like I said before, some people can understand perfectly one language, but cannot respond in that language. It's like, you must know people like in like this criteria. Maybe you yourself are. And should self-perception or self-categorization, should we say that? Should we claim I'm a bilingual and you are not a bilingual? Should we use this kind of method in defining a bilingual? Because is that valid enough? So because people can just claim themselves bilinguals just because they know two languages, and or should we make a clearer categorization or clearer method of defining bilingual? And are there different degrees of bilingualism that can vary over time with circumstances? For instance, a person with minority language. Yes, so when I was adopted, look, I say adopted. So when I was, my mom, when I was a kid, my mom gave me to my grandma, and my grandma spoke a lot of Chinese. So for a certain degree in my life, I spoke Chinese very fluently, and then my mom signed me up to school, and then there I started to speak a lot of Indonesian instead of Chinese. So there are, it's very dynamic in terms of when, in terms of where, in terms of who, and etc. So bilingualism is very dynamic, very complex things to understand. So we can just say in simple way that a bilingual is someone with one brain and two languages, because it is complex. It involves multiple factors. And it is a phenomenon of a language. It is a phenomenon. It's not a phenomenon of language. It's a phenomenon of individual. When we talk about bilingualism, it's it's different to diglossia, where people where a community speak more than one language. So it's a different phenomenon. So once we talk about bilingualism, it's about psycholinguistic we are in the field of psycholinguistics in terms of linguistic. So it's about individual, and it's a relative concept, just I explained before, in terms of degree, function, and alternation. How well someone or one when alternating from one language to the other, and interference, how well they keep the two languages separated, not making, not mixing the languages when they speak or when they comprehend the language. So yes. Next. These are the cognitive consequences of being a bilingual. Maybe we're not aware of this because we are very bilingual in our everyday life. So the first is language co-activation. So no matter how many languages you speak, no matter how many languages or language information or systems installed in your brain, they are active at the same time when a cue is given. Or so when it's 24 hours, it's active at the same time. So I'll give you an example of like an illustration of a study. So it was conducted, I think, involving participants from speaking Russian and English. And this Russian English participant, speaking participant, was given a clue, like a syllable, just a syllable of the first part of the word, which started with mar. So in English, mark, and then the person was presented or displayed with two pictures. The first picture is marker, marker for whiteboard, and the other one is stamp. So the person, when was given word mark or syllable mark, quickly stare at the stamp picture instead of the marker picture, which tells the experimenter that this person activated his Russian language at that time instead of English, because marka in Russian means stamp. So instead of referring to marker, the person referring to marker. So that tells the researcher that this person has stronger Russian than me. So you can maybe see in your everyday life that once you are in maybe my experience when I was in London, I was like in the middle of a crowd, in the middle of very crowded people, and of course at that time I was in English mode. There's no way I was in Indonesian mode because I was alone there without an Indonesian family. And then suddenly I heard a sequence of Indonesian sentences being uttered by somebody in the crowd. And I quickly, I heard Indonesian. I quickly grabbed, my Indonesian is quickly activated. It was quickly activated at that time. So language co-activation, this language co-activation will cause persistent linguistic competition among bilinguals. Sometimes will make them slow in naming things. Maybe when I was in England, I forgot all spices in Indonesian, not to mention in Achinese, because I was, I use English words for all of them, like ginger and everything. Well, I forgot completely the names in Indonesian and in Achinese. So it's slow picture naming is something very common in among bilinguals, and also tip of the tongue state. That also happens, and of course language interference. If you are a language teacher, maybe you'll see lots of language interference in your students' target language production. Well, so this kind of thing. So in the studies of bilingualisms, this persistent linguistic competition before the researchers arrive. Before the researchers of bilingualism arrive at the conclusion that bilingualism is actually beneficial, they first, underwent a series of rejection, hypothesis rejection, like conflicts. Why, in some cases, like bilinguals are not better than monolinguals? Why, in other cases, they are better? And these are the answers. So these bilinguals are still in the state of persistent linguistic competition between the two languages, which cause them slow in naming picture and give them tip of the tongue state, and of course language interference, or maybe the term interlanguage, translanguaging. So that's a term in education where people, where someone studying a target language still, mixing languages from the first and second language. And sorry, I was not really well today, but suddenly I'm healthy. Last night I had fever, so thanks God I'm better now. So so after the persistent linguistic competition, after this, keep persistent linguistic competition, bilingual people arrive or achieve a state where they have better inhibitory control and better attention control. So they can, like multitasker can drop one thing and focus on another thing, but without fully drop the other thing. So they can, skillfully drop and pay attention on things. And that's what a bilingual can do, that, that makes them better compared to monolinguals. So they are better at switching between the two tasks. And in cognition, or in psycholinguistics, or in psychology, it's called high executive function. They have better they have better executive function. And this better executive function, when it comes to learning, it means improvement. Better information process and better metalinguistic awareness. So what is better metalinguistic awareness? Sorry, I'll go back to the previous slide. Well, there's low proficient bilinguals. So this is what I was what I explained earlier about the rejected hypothesis of bilinguals. Why in some cases bilinguals are not as hypothesized by the researcher, by the first researcher in Canada, that found out that bilinguals, French and speaking French and English, have higher IQ compared to monolinguals who speak only English or French. So these low proficient bilinguals are those with imbalanced proficiencies, young bilinguals who haven't achieved yet their standard competencies in both languages, because their language is still developing, their vocabularies are still growing, and their memory capacity is still growing as well. So if you say like, if the memory for 6 years old only allows certain 1,000 words, then that certain 1,000 words means it has to be divided, has to be shared with two sets of vocabularies for two languages. So that's why sometimes bilinguals are lag behind monolinguals in many cases because of these reasons, because they're not yet achieved this fully memory capacity, and their cognitive skills are not fully developed. And then this is the last factor is language distance. This is a very interesting one, because this is dealing with my own study with Achinese Indonesian case. Two closely related languages like Indonesian and Achinese give little benefits for the bilingual. So if like me, if I'm bilingual in Indonesian and Achinese, because the languages are too closely related, the orthographies are almost identical. It's all alphabetic, and then it's also like a lot of cognates, and the grammars are principally the same. Then they're not giving you many benefits, because the linguistic competition resulted was low. So that's why it requires, sometimes it was a really two highly distinct languages to create better bilinguals. And two languages, one culture, two dialects, one culture. These studies are also are still developing. This is the new factor that is still figured out, whether can maybe sometime two dialects can, people who speak two dialects can have better metalinguistic awareness, because they have because these two dialects maybe have have totally different, totally different functions, which make them struggle in keeping them separate. So the struggle that will create that cognition or cognitive benefits. Well, next, have you ever seen this troop task, or have you ever tried, or maybe read it somewhere? So this is about the task, the psychological task. It's a testing executive function itself. So you see that on the left, there are sets of words, colorful words. Can you read that words not by the orthography, not by the writing system, not by the letters, but by the color, the font color instead? So it's a hard job. It's found out to be hard. You can try it. So like instead of yellow, you should read red, black, orange instead of purple. So this test, what does this test tell us? It tells us that words are read faster than the colors are named. And the interference occurs because naming colors requires more attention than reading words. So I found that people with people with right brain dominant can do this task better. I don't know why. Maybe because they attract more on the quality instead of on the form. So it's the quality, like the colors. So to focus on meaning, attention on the form should be inhibited. So that is what that is the skill possessed by bilinguals. They are good at focus on meaning or focus on form, whatever necessary, so that they can skillfully shift their attention on both things. Sometimes on things that abstract and very arbitrary. Well, in language, what is meaning and forms? So this is how meaning and forms are transferred or used or circulated in language. We have speaker and listener. We can also have reader or writer and reader. So it's about production and about comprehension. Well, speaker is producing language. They have meaning in their mind, and then they choose their form from the language system, from the linguistic knowledge, and then use it. And then the listener will experience the use and recognize the form and understand the meaning. So you can imagine that form is something that, you know, it's got from the use first. We got the form from the use, and then we got the meaning. Well, bilinguals, when if they are a listener, they use experience as because they have higher metalinguistic awareness. They will see language production as a kind of pattern of the forms of the target language forms, where they can, you know, draw the formula from it. So people with low metalinguistic awareness will focus too much on the meaning. Will focus too much on the meaning that they will do not have time to grasp the formula of the forms, and that's why they are considered you know, poorer in language learning than bilinguals. There's it reminds me of a study conducted to two groups of children, bilingual and monolingual, and they are asked to play a game where they need to replace names of stuffs. For instance, moon. We're gonna name moon grass. We're gonna name moon something like anything. So monolingual kids complains a lot. Like, no, you can't. You can't name moon that. That is moon. That's the name. So they are very. They see language as something undetachable from the meaning. So while bilinguals are more flexible, they see languages as just they see languages as tools to communicate, tools where you can you know, you can detach or attach the meaning as you like. So that is the benefits of being bilingual. Well, language have speech and written form, and in speech there are also symbols and ideas. In written, there are also symbols and ideas. In speech, the symbols are audio quality, while in written, symbols are visual quality. Well, and speech is represented in written. So written represents the speech, while speech represents the meaning. So written also represents it, because you know that in literature, we're talking about very arbitrary, very abstract things, and speech itself is actually abstract, because if we see speech and the words and the form sometimes has no correlation at all. Some words have, but like why we call this word this way, it has no correlation. Like it's abstract. So something abstract like this, people who can see something abstract better have higher metalinguistic awareness. And in language, we have language use, well, pragmatics in linguistic, meaning and semantic, and we talk about this. And so we can say that people with higher metalinguistic awareness speak about language, and sometimes they speak about language and they speak higher things about language, which is not. So language speak about the world, and then the linguistics speak about language. So something, you know, requires something like meta awareness. Well, all right. So let's go to the next page. What does it mean when we can say something beyond something? It means literacy is something that is is an indicator that someone is a good bilingual, someone is a high proficient, because literacy is a tool for capturing the speech form of language. Well, in Cummins, so Cummins distinguished language proficiency in terms of two elements: basic interpersonal communicative skill, or BICS, and COB, or cognitive academy. So, and he believed that these two competencies are what made someone a highly proficient bilingual. Right, so in short, we need both written and spoken proficiencies at certain certain standard level of competencies to achieve this metalinguistic awareness. So the exposure to written forms of language builds well-established language system with less effort, because people is more visual. We found more visual people than audio people. So in other words, people who can literacy help us understanding language more easily in using visual way. So that's why we can achieve the proficiency, or we can understand the language more easily, because there is a visual, or there is a more physical version of the language, which is called literacy. So a well-established language system makes a better bilingual. So this is how metalinguistic competency sits in how to say it, global cognition process. So it's actually one of metacognition skill. So metalinguistic has a lot of kind of awareness, other kind of awareness, subordinates like phonological awareness, semantic awareness, syntactic and pragmatic awareness. And these awareness were, linguistic awareness are acquired from language learning. And the type of language learning that you go through determines the level of phonological, or the level of linguistic awareness that you achieve. Whether it's more, if the language is taught more explicitly, then you can gain this skill more easily. Or if the language itself is more explicit in terms of its linguistic characteristics, in this phonology, for instance, or in terms of syntactic, for instance, then you can easily acquire this competency or skill of phonological or awareness more easily. For instance, like transparent language like Indonesian, Achinese, or alphabetic, it's like one letter for one sound will make Indonesian readers more highly in terms of phonological awareness, because it's there. They already been taught about the concepts of sounds and sounds construction once they are taught literacy. So maybe it's different compared to English, which is very opaque in terms of the orthography, where the child or the English readers need more effort in understanding about the concept of sounds construction, because the inconsistency between letters and sounds combination, the letters and sounds relationships. So yeah, so it really depends on what language, the characteristic of the language, and also it really depends on the instructional settings of how you acquire this linguistic competence. So these are the metalinguistic awareness types. That what is phonological awareness? It's how someone who are able to manipulate sounds, blending sounds, making it into syllables, and then blending syllables, making into words, and that is phonological awareness. And morphological awareness is the awareness of language construction of meaningful units. So like adding S will make it plural, replace, or adding ed will make it past, and suffix, affixes, that's all common morphological awareness. And syntactic awareness is how you arrange words, and how when you rearrange the words, it changes the meaning. Syntactic. Someone with good syntactic awareness are aware about this. They will And if they are bilingual, they will be aware that every language has distinct syntactic structure. Like they have like word order, different word order. Like Korean, maybe we'll start with object first, followed by subject. So people with higher metalinguistic awareness or highly proficient bilinguals aware about this possibility of very foreign rules of a language. So they are like can anticipate this. So that's why they are a good learner. And semantic awareness, the awareness of the organization of meaning and semantic domains of language, and pragmatic awareness is how you are good at choosing what to use in certain contexts, what is not appropriate. Oh, this is not polite to use this word, or this is polite to use this word. Oh, this is like, I'm sure you are very familiar with this because many of you are doing literature. So yeah, so pragmatic awareness is also a skill that usually possessed by highly proficient bilinguals, especially when they speak or when they possess knowledges of two languages that have different cultures. So they can like have they can change their personality when it comes to when they need to change the language. So these all types of metalinguistic awareness are not acquired at the same time. It takes a journey along with the cognition maturity since childhood until adulthood. So because once we an adult, we usually will have more ability in comprehending more abstract things. So that's why maybe we will be able in doing more pragmatic awareness. But now I found a lot of studies claiming that even pragmatic awareness are already started from early childhoods, from or early bilinguals, like 7 months, as young as 7 months. But yes, I think it needs more research in that direction. And so this is one of the examples. Phonological awareness. I'm not going to talk about all types of this, but this is just one of a kind for phonological awareness, and it predicts decoding or word reading in sublexical reading mode. So it means that you read word letter by letter or syllable by syllable. So it depends on the orthographies that you are reading or the writing system. And it develops naturally when one learns to read a transparent orthography. So that's why in many studies it is found, it is reported that children who read transparent orthographies like Greek, Italian, Indonesian, Spain are better, have higher phonological awareness than their English counterparts. Well, and this phonological awareness is transferable. So if they have Spain as their first language and they learn English as second language, they can transfer this knowledge, this skill of blending sound into English, and it will benefit their learning. So this is the example of what I mentioned earlier about Chinese, Indonesian, and English. So I tested about 54 children. They have Indonesian, they are bilinguals of Chinese and Indonesian, with more Indonesian use of language because they go to school and they use more Indonesian at school, and Chinese is regarded as older people language, so they don't use it very much, but they understand it. And it was found that children who has more Chinese vocabulary has negative significant correlation with English word reading. In other words, that the English word reading is worse. Yes, so their performance in reading English is worse compared to those who have more Indonesian knowledge. And interestingly, Indonesian knowledge and their English knowledge support their Indonesian reading. So children who have more English vocabulary, not only better at reading English, but also in reading Indonesian. So I found that it was because of Indonesian. Indonesian is very simple in terms of the sound, consonant sound construction, but because it borrows English words, several, a number of English words, which is like heavy in terms of the consonant clusters, and this helped them in reading Indonesian difficult word or low frequent words like struktur, which comes from structure, something like, STR, something with a heavy consonant cluster. And it turns out that the learning English helped them reading Indonesian English borrow word better. Well, so yeah, we've talked about this all along the discussion. Yeah, well, metalinguistic awareness is the ability to talk about, analyze, think about language, and independent of the concrete meaning of each word or expression. And it's the ability to see words as decontextualized objects and manipulate and analyze them apart from content and production. So this is, I have one interesting example. And this is maybe how metalinguistic awareness is picturized or illustrated in adults' brain, maybe, or English language learners, adult English language learners. So bridge, the word bridge, I actually envy you because you will have English as your first language, so it's easy for you to I think this is all familiar for you, but for Indonesian people, these are actually quite challenging to understand the word bridge in high context, or in, how to say it, in more abstract sense, like the Golden Gate Bridge. It's the name of bridge, and then London Bridge is falling down is actually, we're not talking about bridge here, we're talking about game and like figurative language, like the bridge between the US and Russia is tennis, and can you ever bridge the generation gap? Don't burn all your bridges. So these are competencies that one of the competencies in terms of pragmatic awareness, in the semantic awareness. So if someone with higher semantic awareness will be able to understand this more easily, and also understand riddles more easily, figurative word, poetry, maybe poetry is different because it's dealing with something very more, how to say, it's not simply abstract, it's more than abstract, I could say so. But at least in language learning context, metalinguistic awareness is very helpful in understanding language in many linguistic levels. So what Jesner, so she's I could say pioneer in third language acquisition, especially learning, especially studying bilinguals closely. So she said that prior language knowledge should be reactivated in the language classroom, and that consequently, multilingual education should also focus on the similarity between languages to increase the metalinguistic awareness. Well, I absolutely agree with her, because and that I don't know in India, but in Indonesia we are now limiting English. We don't teach English to elementary students anymore, regardless of the importance of that language in their future. So the government insisting that that students or the young, the youth need to fully master Indonesian language first, so they can later learn another language better. So because it's to teach someone concepts like science or numbers, it's better to use their own language. They're the language they're most familiar with. So that's why it's not allowed anymore, or it's not encouraged anymore to use English to Indonesian children before they're fully master Indonesian language itself. All right, I think that's the end of the discussion. I really welcome your views and your comments and anything that can give me more insights in these topics. I think I should give the screen back to Ms. Amala. Sorry.
Participants, if you have any questions for our resource person, you can post them in the chat, or you can unmute your mics and directly ask the questions.
What time is it now there, Mr. Walter? Is it?
It's just past 11.
Past 11. Oh, it's almost 1 here.
Nagamani madam, you are not audible. Ma'am was just thanking you. She will just resume on 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's really nice to be here.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank
you
you
for your wonderful insights. It was a very insightful session. I'm sure the participants will get back to us if there are any questions, and we will direct them to you. Thank you so much.
All right. All right. Thank you, Dr. Walter.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks. See you.
Am I audible, ma'am, now?
Yes, yes, you are. Yes.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. It was so enlightening for us and for the participants also, I think. And you have the appreciation of the participants in the chat box. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. Have a great day.
Thank you. You're very welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, before we move on to the next session, let me just give some reminder to the participants. Please stick to the timing. The participants can take just 5 minutes to present your paper. They can give a very crisp presentation, avoiding some summary or story of their content. So if they stick to the timing, it will be useful for the other participants also to do their presentation, and the list is already there shared in the WhatsApp. So the 3 members from the previous session, they are also going to do their presentation in this session. That is Dr. Yan Pradeepa, Shugantha, and Rashmi Ravindran. So I hope those participants are also there in the session. Before going to the presentation, let me take pleasure in inviting Dr. S. Kandasamy, Assistant Professor and Head, who has nearly 21 years of teaching experience to this product. He has a great research expertise, and his area of specialization is Indian writing in English. He has published papers in many international and national journals, and has been chairperson and chief guest and delivered special lectures in various reputed institutions. It is a great honor to have a person of such a merit amidst us today. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of Bodhi and SRM Ramapuram, to be the chairperson for this session. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, sir.
It's been a very
Welcome,
pleasure.
sir.
Yeah, it's been a very pleasure meeting you all. And the participants, I expect, as Professor Nahamani has briefed you, you have to present the paper within a limited time. And you are permitted to present your papers within 5 minutes of time. Exactly the end of 4th minute, I'll give a about your timing. So now we move on to the presentation. First, I would like to call Dr. Jayapal Sharmali. Please proceed with the presentation.
Thank you, sir. I'll start sharing my screen. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, you can proceed, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, it is visible, please.
Okay. Okay, my presentation is in French, but since we have non-French participants, I'm just going to give it a nutshell what is the content of my paper. So I'm going to talk about the representation of childhood trauma through a fractured narrative study of the novel The Sky Above the Roof by Natasha Panna. So Natasha Panna, she's a Mauritian French writer who has 10 novels to her credit, and she's a very well-known figure in the Francophone circle, and most of her novels have been translated in English and other European languages. Now, about the novel, this is a French translation, okay, of this novel's title is The Sky Above the Roof. We have 3 main protagonists, the mother, the daughter, and the son, okay. So what is the plot of this novel? So it starts with the son, okay, who gets into a car accident, okay, because he has taken his mother's car, okay, without a proper driving license. He gets into an accident, he gets arrested, okay, and from this moment onwards, we have an account of all the events that lead to this moment, okay, through the different perspectives of the mother, the sister, and the son. So in this novel, Natasha Panna reveals how childhood trauma shapes generations, resulting in a fractured family left with wounds, and how they attempt to rebuild the relationship. This is for the non-French participants. Now coming to the French audience. Okay. Bonjour à tous. Donc je vais vous parler d'un roman qui s'appelle Le ciel par-dessus le toit. Ok, je vais vous parler des traumatismes de l'enfance via un travail en écriture déstructurée. Et voilà. Natasha Panna, c'est une écrivaine franco-mauricienne qui a écrit 10 nouvelles jusqu'à présent. Elle a reçu beaucoup de prix littéraires. Et je vais vous parler de son roman qui s'appelle Le ciel par-dessus le toit. Et voilà, c'est l'intrigue, ok, d'une manière résumée. Donc, le récit débute avec l'emprisonnement de Lou, qui est un jeune adolescent qui a été arrêté pour avoir provoqué un accident de voiture. C'est le résultat de son escapade qu'il décide d'entreprendre afin de revoir sa sœur Paloma. Cet événement va bouleverser Phoenix, la mère, ok, qui va replonger dans son passé et sa propre adolescence douloureuse. Ce sera également un moyen de rapprocher Phoenix et Paloma qui vont renouer afin de venir en aide aux jeunes adolescents. Dans ce roman, ce que j'ai pu remarquer, c'est que le thème du traumatisme de l'enfance est traité à travers 2 perspectives, celle du point de vue de Phoenix, la mère, et celle du point de vue de ses enfants. Et effectivement, Phoenix, quand elle était adolescente, quand elle était jeune, elle a subi une expérience très douloureuse, okay, qui l'a fait quitter sa maison familiale. Okay, et à partir de ce moment, elle a vécu une vie qui est très autonome, elle a été très indépendante. Et lorsqu'elle est devenue mère, malgré elle, donc elle a donné naissance aux 2 enfants, une fille et un fils, Paloma et Lou. Et son expérience, a totalement changé sa personnalité et son traumatisme de l'enfance l'a poussée à se détacher de ses enfants. Donc, elle a élevé ses enfants d'une manière très détachée, sans leur montrer aucune affection maternelle. OK. C'est une conséquence de son traumatisme qu'elle a vécu dans son enfance. Et ce détachement a beaucoup affecté ses 2 enfants. OK. Il l'a affecté à tel point que sa fille Paloma a quitté la maison lorsqu'elle était adolescente. OK. Elle a promis à son frère Lou de revenir, mais elle n'est jamais revenue. Et Lou, c'est un adolescent qui n'a pas reçu l'amour maternel, un vrai amour maternel. Donc, lui, il est très attaché à sa sœur. Donc, lorsqu'il a dans les 15-16 ans, il va décider de quitter le nœud familial. Donc, le nid familial, il va prendre la voiture de sa mère. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il veut revoir sa sœur, qu'il considère comme une autre mère. Et c'est à cause de ça que l'accident se passe. Donc, les deux enfants ont aussi été traumatisés par ce détachement, l'absence de l'amour maternel que Phoenix n'a pas pu leur montrer. Maintenant, ce traumatisme de l'enfance se retrouve à travers l'écriture déstructurée. Donc, qu'est-ce que je veux dire par écriture déstructurée? D'abord, malheureusement, on remarque qu'il y a un désordre chronologique. Les événements sont racontés dans un ordre qui n'est pas très précis. On commence par l'emprisonnement de Lou, puis on va passer à la narration de la mère. On va revoir son enfance, tout ce qui s'est passé pendant son enfance, puis on va revoir aussi ce qui se passe chez Paloma. On a aussi une alternance des points de vue, c'est-à-dire chaque partie est racontée par des personnages différents. Parfois c'est la mère, parfois c'est le fils, parfois c'est Paloma. Il y a aussi d'autres personnages. Et on a un incessant va-et-vient entre le passé douloureux de Phoenix et le moment présent, c'est-à-dire le moment où le fils est emprisonné. Et aussi, ce sera aussi le moment où Phoenix et Paloma vont essayer de se retrouver afin d'aider l'adolescent, afin qu'il sorte de cette situation très douloureuse. Donc, c'est une sorte de mélange entre différents points de vue. Et cette écriture fragmentée, c'est aussi le résultat, il est relié au thème de traumatisme de l'enfance. Et comme je ne peux pas vraiment développer mon point de vue, je vais juste finir avec cette conclusion-là. Ce que j'ai appris dans ce roman, c'est que Natasha Bana essaie de s'interroger à travers sur la transmission d'un mal-être, transmission d'un trouble. Ici, dans ce cas-là, on parle d'un traumatisme qui va se transmettre d'une génération à l'autre, puisque ce traumatisme qui naît durant l'enfance de Phoenix, on va le retrouver aussi dans la génération suivante à travers l'attitude, à travers les émotions de Paloma et Lou, qui vont être en fait les victimes d'un traumatisme qu'ils n'ont pas connu. Merci beaucoup de votre attention. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good presentation.
Merci, madame.
So next, Dr. Pratibha ma'am can present, sir, the previous session participant.
Sure, ma'am. You can proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity given, ma'am. I'm Pratibha from Now, I don't have any PowerPoint presentation, so I will just present.
Yes, ma'am, you can go ahead, ma'am. Yes,
okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity given. The title of my paper is Mobile Assisted Language Learning to Boost Your Listening Skills. And as far as this digital era is concerned, students have to attend only online classes. So in that situation, his listening skills need to be improved, and that too in the target language, because he has to listen to the lectures delivered by the lecturers for longer hours. And listening is a complex active process in which the listener must discriminate between sounds, understand vocabulary and grammatical structure, interpret stress and intonation, retain what was gathered in all of the above, and interpret it with the immediate as well as the larger socio-cultural context of the utterance. So this is the notion of Van der Graaf, a renowned listening specialist. And another listening specialist, Green, says that listening involves students' awareness of the topic being spoken, and they will be able to recall listening materials when they are not under pressure of the listening demand. So in this context, the paper presenter, I have just given some of the topmost apps which can be used by the students to improve their listening skills in English by adopting the method of MAL, as we call mobile assisted language learning. So as they are digital natives, our students are digital natives, and so they can very well make use of these three apps, which are very, very useful in honing their listening skills. The first app is Busu. Actually, it can be used for enhancing the overall communicative competence. Although it has, as far as listening is concerned, this offers courses based on CFR levels A1, A2, B1, and B2. And the second app is ELLO. ELLO, it is actually a free English listening library online, and it is available as an app also. It includes over 2,500 English language audio and video clips, and students during their free time, they can make use of whatever app they want. And the third one, which I have included, is English listening. Actually, it is a byproduct of this website by name talkenglish.com, www.talkenglish.com. The lectures, the listening lessons which are available in this particular website, they have been made in the form of modules and application in English listening. It has many other apps also, but this app, it contains that is for beginners, intermediate, and advanced level students. So I do feel that when we encourage our students to listen to the above apps, then definitely their listening skills is going to be improved. And in that case, definitely they will be listening to our lectures, and academic listening will be tuned to their maximum. And really, they will be able to reach subliminal heights, not only in their academics, but also in their careers. So thank you for the opportunity which was given. So hereby I complete my paper. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Pratibha ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Sir, shall we call Shrikanta ma'am from the previous session? We can complete those three people, I think.
Okay, ma'am. We can complete the.
After that, we can go by the list you have, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Shrikanta ma'am.
Morning, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, audible, ma'am.
I'm sorry for the inconvenience.
Are we going to share?
I would like to share my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is opening. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning to one and all present here. Not wasting much time, I would like to begin my presentation on the topic application of Rasthwani theory to Homer's The Odyssey. First, I would like to begin with the Ras theory. The Rasthwani theory comprises of two words. First is the Ras theory plus the Dhwani theory. The Ras theory was given by Bharat Muni, the great sage, who was there in the 5th century BC. And Dhwani theory was given by Anandvardhan, who resided in the 6th. Together, Ras theory plus Dhwani theory is equal to Ras. Literally means it connotes a concept in Indian arts about the aesthetic flavor of any visual, literary, or musical work that evokes an emotion or feeling. According to Rasthwani theory, the suggesters and the suggested in poetry invoke an emotional response in the reader. The Rasthwani is to be found with reference letter, word, sentence, diction, the whole composition as a whole. Giving a brief introduction to the Greek poet Homer and his Odyssey. The Greek poet Homer was born sometime between 8th century. He wrote the two famous great epic style in the Odyssey used by Homer. According to the principle, the dominant Rus is that is Tarun or pathetic. Pallas is in a state of sleep. She says, in on minstrel. I passed my days in mourning for the best of husbands, wept for Odysseus, her beloved husband. The pathetic sentiment grows from the vibhavas, such as affliction under a curse, separation from dear ones, loss of wealth, death, captivity, flight, accidents, or any other misfortune. Other subsidiary emotions are the Vipralam Shringar or love and separation, Veer or heroic sentiment, and Vibhats or odious sentiment, and Adbhut or marvelous sentiment. The second part of the epic recounts the story of Odysseus and his adventures, his encounter with Calypso, which gave rise to Vipralam Shringar or love and separation. His encounter with monsters like Shila, Charybdis, Polyphemus give rise to Vibhats or odious sentiment. Odysseus and his troops, on seeing the monsters, sailed up to the straits, wailing in terror. On seeing this fearful sight, the anubhavas or consequence, like choking of voice, change of their face color, and fear are mentioned below. But all these sentiments get subordinated and contribute to the enhancement and relish of one predominant rasa, which is the Vedas. The dominant rasa in the third and the final part of the epic is the Shantras, when Athena finally establishes peace in Ithaca, but with other subsidiary emotions like Karun or pathetic, Veer or heroic, Bhayanak or terrifying. The epic depicts futility of life in the case of Penelope, frustration, sorrow, suffering, and misery on the part of Odysseus and Telemachus. In this way, the poem as a whole suggests Shantras, which is predominant here, and hence Rastvani.
95973888.
Please don't interrupt, ma'am. The application of Rastvani theory to the epic The Odyssey helps in giving more insight into passages, giving more patent layers of meaning. These peripheral meanings sometimes stand in sharp contrast to the deeper meaning or Vyangyarth. From the above discussion, it is clear that the eventual outcome of the dramatic spectacle is Ras, and the dominant Ras produced here through various Vyanjaks is the Shantras. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, thank you. Nice presentation.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Nagamani, ma'am.
Sir, the next participant is Rashmi, sir.
Okay.
With that, we will complete the previous sessions.
And then we move on to Dr. P. Rajit.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Ask her to present the paper.
Rashmi ma'am, I think is I think she is not there in the session.
No,
now.
she was in the
She's
last.
there.
I saw her name in the last list. Rashmi, ma'am. Sir, if participant is not there, we can move on to the next.
We can move on to the. I'd like to call Dr. P. Ranjit Kumar, Assistant Professor. Ranjit Kumar, sir. Proceed, sir.
My presentation is borrowing words or loan words in translation from French to Tamil. So, la traduction est un des sujets intéressants et importants par lequel on échange des connaissances d'une culture à l'autre ou bien du monde entier. L'utilisation des mots empruntés dans la traduction du français au tamil est l'objectif de notre communication. Nous allons discuter comment le procédé de l'emprunt proposé par G. P. Vinay et G. Darbalné se diffère d'une autre. Qu'est-ce que l'emprunt? Mot qu'une langue emprunte à une autre sans le traduire. Fin de citation. Et l'emprunt est un des 7 procédés de la traduction proposés par Vinay et Darbalné, qui est un des procédés simples à utiliser. Mais en même temps, il ne faut pas confondre avec les faux amis. Dans leur recherche, Vinay et Darbalné discutent l'emprunt dans la traduction directe comme la traduction littérale et le calque, qui concerne sur l'aspect culturel, mais nous aimerions mieux le discuter sur l'aspect culturel. La langue tamoule possède des mots empruntés de la période Sangam. Tolkappia, l'auteur de l'œuvre Tolkappiyam, explique l'emprunt en employant le mot Vadasol et Tirisol. Pendant la période Sangam, nous avons 2 mots empruntés sur 100. Pendant le siècle de Longovadigal, dans les œuvres Manimegala et Silapadekaram, nous trouvons 5 mots empruntés sur 100. Lors de la période de Nayan Margal et Alvar, nous avons 10 à 15 mots empruntés sur 100 mots. L'emprunt des mots commence dans la langue Munda. L'emprunt est un des procédés de la traduction directe qui est le plus simple pour introduire une couleur locale. Si l'on essaye de traduire un mot qui concerne les mœurs ou les vêtements ou la nourriture par un mot tamoul, on trouvera qu'il n'y a aucun rapport entre le mot de la langue de départ et celui de la langue d'arrivée. Alors, il vaudrait mieux garder le même mot en tamoul. Nous avons pris des exemples du texte IIG écrit par Anna Gavalda et du recueil Printemps et les autres saisons écrit par Clésio. Emprunt peut être le plus ancien procédé de tous les restes. En traduisant vers le tamoul, nous avons observé qu'il y a différents types d'emprunts, comme les emprunts du français, les emprunts d'anglais, et les emprunts des mots et l'emprunt des sons. Ce sont des exemples pour l'empreinte d'anglais et l'empreinte du français. Et l'empreinte des mots, nous aimerions définir l'empreinte des mots comme c'est un cas de traduction où l'on emprunte le mot avec l'orthographe étrangère, qu'il soit en anglais ou en français ou en d'autres langues étrangères. Ensuite, l'empreinte des sons. L'empreinte des sons est un cas où l'on emprunte le son ou bien la prononciation aux langues étrangères, c'est-à-dire la translittération des mots étrangers en langue d'arrivée. Pour conclure, l'emprunt a existé même avant la période de Tolkapia, cela veut dire avant 7e ère commun. Même à nos jours, nous appelons la langue tamoul comme Kanni Tamil, qui veut dire la langue tamoul vieille. La langue tamoul accueille de nouveaux mots chaque jour, tout en se renouvelant sans perdre son aspect classique. Comme Vinay et Darmalé disent, nous avons des mots qui sont typiques d'une culture de la langue de départ et qui ne peuvent pas être traduits dans la langue d'arrivée. Nous pouvons utiliser le procédé l'emprunt. Mais l'emprunt proposé par J.P. Vinay et Darbalné se diffère des emprunts que nous proposons à cause des cas différents comme les emprunts de l'anglais, les emprunts du français, les emprunts des sons et les emprunts des mots. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So, we've done a different work comparing with the Tamil language, ancient
It is a translation topic.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Translation topic from French to
Yes.
Tamil. Borrowing.
Yes, sir. You could understand, and you have received the appreciation in chat box, sir. So you can look at it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. The next question, sir.
Now, I'd like to call Chimi Deka, Assistant Professor.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Good morning, one and all present here, and thank you so much for the opportunity. Is my screen visible? PowerPoint?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. So my topic is a study of Sophocles' Antigone, justifying Creon as a tragic hero with reference to Aristotle's definition of tragedy. And I have done this research under the classical literature. And now my topic is something not new. Many people have already done it, but something it's like fascinating. In the play Antigone, most of us, we find Antigone as a tragic hero, but I'm going to define Creon as a tragic hero, but only taking the Aristotle's definition of tragedy. And under that frame of definition, whether Creon falls as a tragic hero, we are going to justify that. And in my research paper, in the introduction, I have talked something about the Athenian tragedy, the city of Dionysia, Greek tragedy. I have traced the history of Greek tragedy, and I have talked about Sophocles, Euripides, and others. And also, I have mentioned the important plays by Sophocles, Oedipus the King, Oedipus at Colonus, and Antigone. And next, in my paper, I have discussed the plot of Antigone. In Antigone, the story follows the Oedipus. What happens to the king Oedipus, like when he commits suicide after when he gets to know that he was married to Jocasta, and how the maternal uncle Creon, he becomes the king. And after he becomes the king, the Oedipus' two sons, Polynices and Eteocles, they started fighting over the birthright. And Polynices, he gathers an army to attack Thebes and deposes his brother Eteocles. Most of us were already familiar with the plot line, so I'm going to the next slide. Now the conflict of what happened. So when we read Antigone, we find that Antigone has the two life. One is the public life, one was the private life, and it was the mixing of the both life. Ancient Greek viewed the body of like a dead person. It's a very important. Like if a dead person is not buried, their soul would be forced to live on earth, unable to get any peace by passing on to the underworld. And it was seen as the worst possible punishment to leave someone out to rot when they had died, and standards of the Greek politics. So Creon has done something like sin according to the Greek politics, but at the same time, we cannot say that Creon was a wrong person, because like he considered Polynices as a traitor for the country, because he fought against the country, not for the country. And in the next slide, I have the Aristotle's definition of tragedy, and I have taken this definition as a framework for my research paper. The definition is a tragic hero is a character who's not eminently good or just, yet whose misfortune is brought about not by vice and depravity, but by some error of frailty. And we are going to see, I have discussed in my paper whether Creon's character falls under this definition. Now, Aristotle's, according to the Aristotle's definition, who's a tragic hero? Now, tragic hero is someone who's not bad, who's not good, and he is like, he's born into royalty. He could never be of the common folk. And addition to this, the tragic hero suffers like something big. He should fall from larger to the, he should fall from big to small. And next, I have like again the tragic hero. What are the characteristics one tragic hero must have? Like he should have some kind of flaw, and his character, like the ego, pride, some judgment, mistake, this kind of things a tragic hero must possess. Now we are going to see whether the Creon has all these qualities. In my next slide, here, the Creon's personal vengeance gets involved with his public affairs, which cause him to make this fatal error. So yes, he has done a error of judgment. Creon begins to feel guilty because he passed the proclamation blindly without paying attention to the views of others. Creon truly realizes his fault when he states, I cannot fight against what is destined. I must personally undo what I have done. I should have tried being unorthodox. I will stick by the established laws in the future. So we can see that whatever the definition stated, Aristotle's definition of tragic hero, everything, all the qualities that Creon has, he undergone all the possibilities which a tragic hero must face to become a tragic hero. And there is no question that Creon is not a tragic hero, and Creon fits perfectly in the definition. Now there is one more question, because I just cannot say that Creon is a tragic hero, because some people may question that why Antigone isn't a tragic hero, because Antigone, she suffers a lot. But what happens now? I'm going to just shed a little light why Antigone is not a tragic hero according to Aristotle's definition, because the character of Antigone as a prototypical downtrodden woman and the Creon as a king is often vilified according to the critics. The critics, they have actually criticized the Creon's character, and it is said that Creon has a misogynist tendencies. The feminist movement brings gender issues and question that Creon gives such harsh punishment and intractable course because Antigone was a woman. But this is not the case. He has made a value judgment as to who is a traitor and who is worthy, because when he decided not to bury Polynices, that time he was thinking about the state, because the Polynices was a traitor, and he has made a secondary judgment as to the rights of the traitors and the need of the people to know the consequences of the traitorous acts. And in my last slide, I have little bit compared the Antigone's character and the Creon's character. We cannot say that Creon, he did not lose anything because he lost his wife and son. He finds himself aloof at the end of the play. On the other hand, Antigone's actions seem motivated much by the personal desire for something personal desire, like she wanted to bury her brother anyhow, and she does not have any moral principle. She seems to have a podium thumper of the highest order. Creon's actions are far more justifiable than Antigone's. Antigone can be immortalized as one of the first females to challenge authority. Yes, we can categorize Antigone under this statement. She was the first female to challenge authority, one of the first females, of course. Yet there is a complexity of issues that Creon dealing with. The Creon's complex pursuit of the wrong decision sets him up to become a tragic character. So yeah, Antigone, we cannot say that she does not face any tragedy. Of course, she has tragedy, but more than that, it was Creon who is the tragic hero in the play. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Nice presentation. Is there any questions from the participants to the presenter? Nice presentation, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir.
Shall we move on to the next presenter, Twinkle Dasari?
Good morning, sir. I'm here. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yes, sir. Very good morning to all the participants and the organizers of the international virtual seminar. Today, my presentation is on third gender and their representation in Indian literature, a study of an unexpected gift, and I am also human. In India, the third gender or transgender or hijra is a visible community, and directly or indirectly, one might have read and heard mythologies, beliefs, and ideas related to the hijras and hijra community. So third gender in India has a long history. There are a number of myths and legends depicting transgender characters, and their existence has been acknowledged in ancient texts like Ramayana and Mahabharata. Despite the long history of transgender, atrocities are very common in India against transgenders. They are looked down with ridicule, disrespect, and are marginalized in the society. In general, And in academia in particular, the discussion of sex and gender revolve by and large around only male and female and hardly considers sexualities other than male and female. Terms such as gender equality, gender inequality, identity, gender discrimination, gender sensitization, etc., they talk more about and revolve around male and female. So gender is always seen in binary. It is male and female, masculine, feminine, masculinity, femininity, etc. But it does not encompass all the other genders, and they are also termed as gender deviants who do not confine to the binary of male and female. In Indian society in particular, gender stereotypes are a major defining factor. So transgenders in India are those who do not identify with the gender they were assigned at birth. In India, they are called with different names like Hijras, Murats, Arvanis, etc. in different parts of the country. Hijras are especially male born, but they are womanish at heart and choose to live like women. They also include intersex persons by birth. Hijras in India have coexisted and were accepted largely by society prior to colonization. So their status in the society over time, especially after the advent of colonization, has been limited to the periphery. After facing decades of discrimination and tyranny against them, transgenders of India secured their status as third gender through the verdict of Supreme Court of India on 15th April 2014 in NLSA versus Union of India case. Since then, the transgenders of India or the Hijra community of India has been addressed as the third gender of the country. Now, representation of third gender in Indian literature. So Indian literature has centuries of history attached to it. However, representation of transgenders in it is very negligible. So the visibility of transgenders or third gender in literature of India is in quite contrast to their active visibility in the society. In society, the scenes of transgenders or third genders begging at railway stations or at traffic signals is quite common in Indian society. They are like, if you step out of our houses, it's very common that we come across them on a daily basis. But the marginalization and stigmatization towards transgenders in the society is also seems to be reflected in the literature of the society, the literature produced by the country. So apart from transgender autobiographies and biographies like Vidya's I Am Vidya, a Transgender's Journey, which is the first transgender autobiography in India, and Revati's The Truth About Me, and Lakshmi's Me Hijra Me Lakshmi, and Manobi's The Gift of Goddess Lakshmi, which are all the biographies and autobiographies written by transgenders themselves. Representation of transgenders in Indian fiction and literature is very negligible. Not only very few of them portray transgender characters. To list. So in 1965, we have Dance of Uniches by Kamala Das, which is a part of collection titled Summer in Calcutta. So after 1965, in 1990, we have Delhi by Kushwant Singh, in which the heroine is a Hijra named Bhagmati. And later in 1994, a Tamil poet Su Samudiran wrote Vadamalli, which is dedicated to the transgender community of Tamil Nadu. It was also a Sahitya Academy Award work. Later, after 1994, it's in 1997, we have Mahesh Dattani's 7 Steps Around the Fire, in which Mahesh Dattani deals the fate of Kamala, a transgender or a Hijra, who was murdered as she gets married to a politician's son. We have other transgender characters like Anarkali and Champa. After 1999, there's not much representation of transgenders in Indian literature. And again, in between, we have the autobiographies and biographies by transgenders themselves. And again, in 2017, we have Arundhati Roy's The Ministry of Utmost Happiness, which deals with the character Anjum, a Hijra from Kolkata in it. And later, recently, like in 2018 and 2019, we have 2 works. In 2018, I'm Also a Human by Jasbir Singh, which deals with this, which exclusively deals with the story of Zeenat, a Hijra. And in 2019, we have An Unexpected Gift by Ajay K. Pandey, which again deals with the story of a transgender who wants to work in the mainstream society as a babysitter named Sheetal. So in my paper, I have actually dwelt much into these last two works. That is, I Am Also a Human by Jasbir Singh and An Unexpected Gift by Ajay K. Pandey. But I think due to the time constraint, I would like to confine myself to here by giving you a general review of literature of transgender characters in Indian literature. So wishing to see more works portraying third gender in literature, I conclude my paper here. Thank you one and all for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Nice presentation. Any questions from the participants? Okay, call please proceed.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Can I share my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it visible, sir? Is it visible?
Yeah, is it visible? Please proceed.
Okay, so today my presentation is on Émile Nelligan, une voix légendaire de la littérature française canadienne. Here I'm trying to give a comprehensive view into the French-Canadian literary movements, the beginning of French-Canadian poetry through Émile Nelligan. Myself, I'm Tessie Nasrat. I'm working in a Government Arts College as Assistant Professor of French. Aujourd'hui, je vais faire une présentation sur Émile Nelligan, une voix légendaire de la littérature française canadienne. Afin de mieux comprendre Nelligan, il est absolument important de savoir un peu l'histoire de la littérature française canadienne. Comme résultat de colonisation anglaise et française d'une partie de l'Amérique du Nord, le Canada a une culture binaire et bilingue. Même si les Français se sont retirés du Canada en 1763, ils ont laissé une partie de leur culture et de leur langue au Canada. La littérature française du Canada peut être facilement divisée comme la littérature française québécoise, Québec étant la province française, et la littérature française canadienne. École Montréal de littérature est un mouvement littéraire très important de la littérature française canadienne. Ce mouvement a essayé d'apporter prominence à la langue et la littérature française canadienne, en publiant beaucoup d'œuvres françaises et en organisant des soirées et des récitals pour les enthousiastes de la langue française. Ce mouvement a été influencé par le symbolisme et le parnasse français. Cependant, c'était une société de nature ouverte et éclectique qui promouvait la littérature originale, originelle et unique. Et Émile Nelligan, il faisait partie de ce mouvement littéraire, École littéraire de Montréal. Il est considéré comme le premier poète français canadien. Né en 1879 au Pérou irlandais et canadien-française, il est devenu langue. Mais il ne fait plus qu'en français. Il a commencé sa carrière poétique à un très jeune âge, à l'âge de 17 ans. Il était influencé par les poètes symbolistes français comme Verlaine, Baudelaire et Arthur Rimbaud. Et à l'âge de 17 ans, il a publié son premier poème, Rêve fantastique. Et il a abandonné ses études universitaires afin de poursuivre ses aspirations poétiques. Il a publié environ 30 poèmes dans une petite période de 3 ans. En 1898, un récital organisé par l'École littéraire de Montréal, il a récité son poème, La romance du vent. Je veux vraiment réciter un petit extrait de ce poème pour montrer le style de son temps. Je suis gai, dans le cristal qui chante, verse le vent, verse encore et toujours, que je puisse oublier la tristesse des jours, dans le dédain que j'ai la foule méchante. Vous voyez, ça c'était vraiment personnalisé. Et ce poème a été un grand succès et il a reçu beaucoup d'appréciation. Malheureusement, c'est comme sa dernière apparition publique. malheureusement, il est tombé malade et reste jusqu'à la fin de sa vie à l'asile psychiatrique de Saint-Benoît. Et après sa mort, la compilation de ses œuvres, Poésie complète, a été publiée, qui contenait plus de 160 poèmes, rondelles, sonnets et plus. Influencé par les écrivains français comme Baudelaire et les écrivains anglais comme Lord Byron, Lynn a créé une passerelle entre le Canada anglais et le Canada français. Même aujourd'hui, après une centaine d'années de sa vie, elle vit à la vision poétique. Mais vraiment une raison pour l'approcher de la poésie canadienne française mondialement. Merci. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll call upon, thank you, nice presentation. Now we'll call upon Rukshar Banu to present the paper. Rukshar Banu is on the right. Nagamani ma'am, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, sir.
Rukshar Banu. Rukshar Banu is not available. Then we move on with the Bhagwan, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Vikarma, Simapuri University, Andhra Pradesh. Sir, you're on the right. Sir, please proceed.
Currently admitted to start my video. Plus V button to activate.
Good morning, sir.
Stop.
Good morning, sir.
Plus V button to activate. Red space bar.
My paper title,
Rukshar Banu was going to meet.
Teaching
Video
English
now started.
Through Literature. As English teachers, we use various methods, traditional and innovative, to teach foreign language such as English, French, and etc. My paper argues the importance of literary text in teaching English language. The teacher who adopts literary text as a teaching tool penetrates into the literary text and understands, imbibes the beauty of language, and practices the same in the classroom. The teacher motivates the students to follow his role model and to gain social accessibility through their language skills. Why should we use literary text in teaching language? These days, the teachers and students feeling kind of boredom, the excessive use of audio, video, aids and structural exercises in language teaching. The literary text as a tool certainly helps the teachers and the students to acquire language and to rededicate themselves in the learning process. The literary text certainly helps the students to connect the incidents, characters, and the language used in the text with their practical life. So, literary text not only helps the students to acquire the language, but also it helps them to use the language in an appropriate manner. The language used in literary text contains two important qualities. One is the expression, the second one is the aesthetic beauty. So learning language through literary text certainly helps us to develop the language skills and to create the expected aesthetic effect with the language. The teacher can prepare various methods or exercises through which he can teach language through using literary texts. We can prepare classroom as a best platform, and we can enable the student to perform certain roles in the classroom so that the student understand the language used in the literary texts and understand the importance of the vocabulary. The various techniques that we can use. The first one, the teacher can give a short story to the students and ask them to go through. And in the next class, the teacher can ask the students to rewrite the important words that they come across in the story. The second method, by giving the short story beforehand, the teacher can ask the students to develop the story based on given certain words. The third method, the teacher can give some pictures and ask the students to develop the story based on the picture. So literary text not only helps the students to understand the language, to learn the vocabulary, but it also helps the students to use the language in a righteous manner, in an appropriate way. So there are different methods I have discussed in the paper, but because of my disability, I could not present the PowerPoint presentation. I thank all the organizers for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Nice presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, Ruksar Banu is available.
Yeah.
You can proceed
Yes,
with the presentation.
Am I audible now, sir?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah. Good
Please
morning to
proceed.
everyone present here. I'm Ruksar Banu, lecturer, K. Patil, IBA, Ranebenur, Karnataka. So my paper is
Ma'am,
on.
kindly enable your video if possible, ma'am. The
Yeah.
presenters must enable their video.
You can switch on your video, ma'am.
So here. Just fine. Is it visible, sir?
Video is not visible.
I have turned on. Now is it visible, sir?
No.
So, okay, ma'am, you proceed.
You proceed now.
So I've turned on from other ID, so it was not working from my computer. That's why
It's okay, madam. You
I've
proceed.
turned on my video. Yes. Okay, so my topic is Indian diasporic literature. So the term diaspora comes from an ancient Greek word that means scattered or dispersal. So coming to the Cambridge English Dictionary meanings, Cambridge has provided two different meanings for the word diaspora. The first one is diaspora is a dispersion of Jews beyond Israel. As per the primary meaning of the word diaspora, Jews of the oldest of the races were hated by Christians, and henceforth Christians expelled them from their homeland. So coming to the second secondary meaning of the word diaspora, It's a dispersion of people from their original homelands. So migration is the most common travel ever since the racial conflicts has started. People migrate for various reasons such as religion, safety, geographical exploitations, education, job, freedom of expression, etc. So people have differences on the basis of caste, class, religion, race, gender, etc. These differences are always there, especially in a country like India. Because of these differences, these differences are deep rooted and has become culturally complex, and that's how they remained unsolved. So people migrate because of these differences and settle down in other countries. So the first generation of them will survive there and as a second class citizen, and their life is safe but not delighted one. Because of the incompatibility in terms of culture and civilization in their homeland, they come under the state of compromisation by moving to other country. So there are so many like minor categories emerged to the word diaspora. The one among them is sandwiched diaspora. There are so many minor categories when we see the term diaspora. So sandwich diaspora, labor diaspora, trade diaspora. So, coming to the term sandwich diaspora, that refers to migrants who went to foreign country for business and other livelihood, but there they'll be getting two masters. Okay, so that's how they'll be sandwiched between two cultures, one from the other culture and the culture of their homeland. So another category that we see is labor and trade diaspora. Labor diaspora speaks about mass migration of people in search of job, and trade diaspora speaks about migration and searching of various trade routes. Okay, and apart from these, we will see other general categories of diasporas. Okay, that is immigrants, like immigrants, exiles, and refugees. Okay, immigrants is the one who migrate to live permanently in a foreign country. Exile is the state of being expelled from one's native country. And refugee is the one who has escaped from their own country as a result of various reasons, religious, political, economic instability, or natural disasters, or anything like that. So another, like if we like diaspora is a huge concept. If we see it, we have other major categories as well. That is old diaspora and new diaspora. Old diaspora happened early during the colonial times in 19th century. For example, as a result of colonization, Africans were forced to expel from their native country as means of laborers. As far as old diaspora is concerned, there was deep sense of grief and displacement, homelessness, and alienation from their own culture, language, and home. So coming to when we see the older diaspora, here we have got greatest writer who is C. Prasad Naipul, okay, who has written Adventures of Gurudeva and other short stories as well. So he has represented progress of central character Gurudeva through various stages like juvenile husband, wife beater, and child adulterer, and all. So that's how. And another one example that we see in old diaspora is V.S. Naipul. He's the son, C. Prasad Naipul's son, V.S. Naipul, who has described in his famous work House for Mr. Biswas. In his famous work, he has represented the struggles of incentive labor of semi-volunteer migrants with a character called Mohan Biswas. Okay, so yeah, this is about old diaspora. There are so many aspects in old diasporas as well. I'm just briefly explaining this. Coming to new diaspora, we have in new diaspora is a this is the site of diaspora feels migration is adventure for the people comes under new diaspora, because it is through migration that they are able to receive good education, proper settlements, and good way of life. um, so for this new diaspora, migration is an advantage, and they look back to their mother country for the materials for writing their work. Okay, so we cannot forget Salman Rushdie when we are speaking about new diaspora. So through his work Midnight's Children, he has boldly pointed out the failure of political system of India. So my paper mainly aims at a representation of origin of Indian diaspora, due to differences, as I told you, due to differences on the basis of caste, class, race, and religion, gender. All these people will migrate in order to settle down in other country by pointing out their memories, difficulties, plights of their own native country. So the paper actually points out the themes such as displacement, alienation, exile, and loss of like feeling of loss. So yeah, this is about my paper. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the participants? Thank you, ma'am. I move on with the Dr.
Thank you, sir. Thank you
Yeah.
for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's move on with Dr. T. Kanchana Devi, Assistant Professor. Dr. T. Kanchana Devi, is she available? I think she is not there. Then I did call Sharmila K, Assistant Professor of English, KPR Institute of Engineering and Technology, Coimbatore.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah,
Am I audible, sir?
yeah, you are audible. Please turn the video.
Sir, actually, I'm presenting from my PC, so my laptop is under problem. I cannot unmute my video. I can share my PPT, sir. Shall
Okay, yeah, proceed.
I? So I'm sharing my screen to you.
Your screen is not visible for us.
Just a second, sir. I'm
Yeah.
switching it.
Yeah.
Just a second. This is visible, sir?
Now it is visible. Please proceed.
Yes, sir. So happy noon all. I'm Sharmila. I'm from KPR Institute of Engineering and Technology, Coimbatore. And today I'm going to talk about professional writing strategies, critical analysis, which means I have taken a general title. And I'm going to talk about some important things under this, which means though it has a large things to talk about, I'm going to shorten my speech today. And why article? Which means it is one of the most prominent article writing as to learn from others' experiences and gain knowledge. It brings out innovative and creative ideas and production skills too. And in this, so I'm going to my second screen. Why professional writing? So article writing is an art, which means we cannot write. Which means how does it say that all cannot write? Which means we have to go for writing in a sense. We must have that particular interest like that. And we have to consider our audiences, and before writing an article we have to do some research, and after that we have to create an outline why we are doing this such an article or whatever doing, which means in particular specifically in writing we have to go for a research, and next is we have to go for a rough draft first, how it holds up, and next is just we have to polish our writing, which means go for a pre-editing and polishing in the sense before selling an apple, some of the sellers will polish it, right? Just in that way, just we have to polish our articles, and article writing takeaways. Just whatever we are doing, it has to make some takeaways from our writing. Next, I'm moving on to the introduction, and publish or perish. This is what we are doing in our article writing. It is a professional slogan for all the researchers in the research field. So format of article writing, write a brief introduction in a paragraph, write a body of 2 or 3 paragraphs, write a short conclusion. These are the introduction includes in an article. And next, I'm moving on to my next slide. So structure of professional article. This is the important structure. So in this particular, we are going to discuss about title, summary, introduction, literature review, method, research, discussion, acknowledgements, and references. So if we contain all those things in our article, that is called particularly a professional writing article. Okay, fine. Next, I'm going to talk about popular journals. So popular journals written by journalists or professional writers. So before that, we have to choose a topic which not to take audiences as a right, which means what if they are understanding as wrongly in a wrong manner, if a misunderstanding happens in that place, it is our duty to make them understand. Okay, fine. And we have to give tips in our popular journals, and we have to avoid jargons also, which means jargons in the sense avoid some special words or technical words which will not be understood by other people. It has to be understood. And next is so conference paper. So what do you mean by conference paper? So it is an introduction that clearly states your intentions for the paper and your research. We have to be very clear about it. Plenty of data to support your claim. A clear conclusion is needed. Good reference for the research and data. What is needed. And obviously, it has contain a lot. Because if you're going for an abstract, it has to contain at least 250 words. Okay, which means we are presenting our paper in front of experienced professors. They'll be evaluating us. So many things are there in our presenting a conference paper. It helps to enrich our knowledge as well as which means the idea what we are sharing to others, that is also there. And next is, I'm going to the next slide. It's a book review. So while doing a book review, we are doing these three monographs, reference books and textbooks are there. So what do you mean by monographs? Monographs, which means books written for the good thing about the contemporary writers. And while doing for a reference book, after reading some of the books, we are giving our own references and textbooks also. And next is, so do's and don'ts for the reviewer. Summarize. Just we have to summarize our paper, pointing out the important points. Unique factors will be there, encompasses steps and writing and end and realization, which means we have to realize what we are doing in our paper. That is also important. And finally, aiming of a piece of writing, which means we have to aim what we are writing in our paper. That is important to express oneself, to provide information, to persevere, to create a literary work. These are the important points in our conclusion. And just I wanted to convey some important points. And which means an article is a piece of writing written for a large audiences. The main objective behind writing an article that should be published either in newspaper or publication or journal, so as to make some transformations to the world. The article published is submitted for publication immediately after the research. And all professional articles have the same structure. The structure of professional articles also called primary or experimental research articles. So generally, writing a professional article, it has to contain title, summary, introduction, literature review, method, discussion, acknowledgement, and references. These are the main factor while writing an article, professional article. While we are doing things professionally, we have to realize the important points, what we are doing. We must have a clear outline of our writing. And finally, the professional writing strategy is aiming of a piece of writing. It has to express yourself, to provide information, to persuade, or to create literary work. There are four purposes of the writers use for writing. When someone communicates ideas in writing, they usually do so to express themselves, inform their reader, to persuade a reader, or to create a literary work. In college, we mostly rely on two purposes of composition style writing, and those are to inform or to persuade the audiences. So that's also, and thank you. So this is what I have given a short 10 explanations about my presentation today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, any queries?
Any questions from the participants? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Nice presentation.
Thank you so much.
Now I move on with the Vaishnavi.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yes. Sir, is my screen visible?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's visible.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. This is Vaishnavi, pursuing my third year in literature in Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science, Coimbatore. So my study focused on a blended study of history and romance in Scots Kenilworth. So these are my table contents, and my paper focus on these things. First, introducing the author, Sir Walter Scott. He is an historical novelist, playwright, and a poet. Most of his works remain classic, and this novel, Kenilworth, is under the classical literature, and he was offered the position of poet laureate. He was the one who introduced the term Waverley novels, and he was an Elizabethan era writer. So the background study of Elizabethan era during the reign of Queen Elizabeth I, and it is also called as the Golden Age. So during this age, the literature was so well versed, and most of the poets, like Sir Walter Scott, they just showcased their works. Next, moving on to the blended study of history and romance, my paper focuses on this topic. This novel is both historic and romance, so it is said to be the blended study, and it is the colored with an intense sense of realism. Most of the acts in this novel are said to be in a realistic manner, so it is said to be the sense of realism. So Kenilworth as a novel, it was published in 1821, and it was set in Queen Elizabethan era. The methodology that I used in this paper is that primary data, knowing in depth about the novel, the secondary data about the literature study, and the style used is the descriptive generic style to know how Scott blends history and romance together. Next, the various aspects in this paper. This novel is said to be the Waverley novel. Waverley novel is a long series of novels by Sir Walter Scott. He was the one who introduced this term. So history and romance is the main genre in this novel. Moving on to the romance, the elements of romance take place in Cumnor Place, Blackbeard Inn, and in Kenilworth Castle. The main character is Emmy Robsart, an Earl of Leicester. The episode of Emmy Robsart is full of romance, and the episode of Queen Elizabeth is also associated with romance. So next, moving on to the history, all the character names in this novel are well portrayed with historic names, and the castle called Kenilworth Castle that comes in this novel portrays the significance of historical background. So selfishness versus the selflessness is the main theme associated with this novel. At first, Emmy and Earl struggle with selfishness, and next comes the villain Varney. He is an ambitious and greedy man. He was the one who made all the confusions. So I could say that one should not be greedy at all time. And the purpose of the study is that to know the blended study and the main theme that is associated with the novel. Be happy with what you have. As this quote says, one should be happy with what he has, and it is well associated with this novel because Earl is not happy with this marriage and he keeps it as a secret one. So because he wanted to marry Queen Elizabeth, because he wanted all her possession and he wanted to become the king, he proposes her for the marriage in the Kenilworth Castle. All the happenings that takes place in the Kenilworth Castle, and it is an historical place, and now it is a famous tourist spot that tell more about Queen Elizabeth's life. Key findings of the novel is that Scott's unique style of writing. He uses flashbacks as one of his writing style, and so this novel Kenilworth is one among it. He was the only author who made a blended study of history and romance to my finding. So Kenilworth, historic as much as romantic novel. The main thrill of the novel is romantically and historically skewed. So it is not pure history, but a beautiful fusion of history and romance. Thank you, sir.
Good. No questions? Now I move on to the next participant. So history. Assistant Professor, Srimati Andaman Arts and Science College, Ratnam, Trichy. Vaishnavi is not available. Then we move on with the Biblian Varswati, research scholar. Please proceed. Varswati.
Okay, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, please proceed.
Good afternoon, sir. My topic, an analysis on Black womanhood in Alice Walker, The Color Purple. The novel, The Color Purple, is an account of abuse, sexual, mental, and physical, which Felicia has to endure under her mother's husband, Alfonso, as a child, and her own husband as an adult. The horrifying account of her Felicia's sexual abuse presented on the first page of the novel is a sad commentary on the androcentric culture which condemns women to a subordinate state. Defenseless and threatened, Felicia cannot share her trauma with other members of her family. Felicia's father married her off. Once his own lust is fulfilled, after her marriage, Chelsea is abused as a slave. Her husband, whom she addresses in her letter as Mr., is a widower with 4 children. Chelsea is mistreated by her husband and stepchildren. Here, sister-in-law Kate and her younger sister Nitty advise her to fight back. Chelsea tried to protest Nitty, the only one she loved and cared about, and want to save her from the evil design of his stepfather. She gives refuge to Nitty at her house. When Nitty runs away from her father's house, Chelsea is beaten, humiliated, cursed, and belted. The male-dominated society impacts privilege to men of ill-treating their wife. Chelsea writes that Mr. admits his supremacy and control over his wife. Nettie goes to Africa with a team of a black missionary, mingling with the Olinga community. Nettie has an opportunity to understand the African culture and her own people. Her experience with the Olinga people reveals that women are universally treated as second rate. Nettie herself is treated as a missionary as she is not owned by any man. Nitty, however, tolerates this attitude with a missionary fortitude and continues her work. Sophia Walker has created a strong character who serves as a foil to the suppressive culture of women. Sophia confronted with the white officer foreground issues of race and class. Her refusal to work as a nanny for a mayor children and then her relation to the mayor put her in trouble. She is imprisoned for 12 years in the jail. She is beaten miserably. Proof of blind eye is reministered with Walker's blind eye. Ali Parker is a childhood injury, lost her eyesight. One of her brothers was responsible for this accident, and she viewed that this incident was not accidental. Sophia is presented as a strong, self-willed female, but strongly disempowered by racial discrimination. Sophia is Felicia's daughter-in-law. She is Harcourt's wife. She is presented as an independent woman who refuses to follow the expectation of a patriotical lifestyle. Sophia has been presented as a contrast to Chelsea. When Chelsea takes her beating and injustice, Sophia chooses to fight out. She refuses to be engaged only in household activities and child rearing, and she asks Harcourt to help her with domestic chores. She is bold, courageous, and a self-respecting woman, for she tells Chelsea that she loves Harcourt more than her life, but will never let him beat her. Sophia high spirits are injured and suppressed by racial discrimination. Her rude response to the mayor's wife to be a nanny to their children put her in great trouble. She is imprisoned and forced to work as a nanny. This incident marks a deadline in her spirit. She is forcefully silent not by gender discrimination, but by racial conflict. Sophia's motherly nature can be seen the way she survived on hatred and anger against the mayor. In spite of this, she is good to his children. At this time, Sophia's spirit or at
Madam,
the
kindly
biggest
conclude with your findings, madam. Let's
Okay,
present your
as
findings.
a black woman, white people were suppressed verbal abuse and mental abuse. It is evident through fellowship of letters. So fellowship of letters reveal the protest against the white people's attitude towards the black people. This is my finding.
Okay, ma'am, good presentation. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Now I move on with the Balamuthu Mariswari, lecturer of PSC College. Is she on the line?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Because of my network issue, I couldn't switch on my camera, sir. Shall I present, sir? It's audible, my voice?
Yeah, your voice is audible. Do you have
Okay,
PowerPoint
sir.
presentation?
Sorry, sir, I couldn't prepare.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you. My topic is the element of feminism in Arundhati Roy's The God of Small Thing. The God of Small Thing portrays the truthful picture of the plight of Indian women, their great sufferings, cares, and anxieties, humble submissions, precautions, and undeserved humiliations in male-dominating society. So, Indian women is full of ups and downs, ifs and buts. It can be very clearly seen one of the main character, Amu, through the novel The God of Small Thing. Yes, she is the protagonist. She was the protagonist in this novel. She suffered a lot by male-dominating society. From the very beginning of her life, her parents also suppressed her compared with her brother. So, see, her mother, Mamaji, did not provide the type of motherly love, support to Ammu. So, she simply did not know how to show love to her kids because she was never taught how to. So, she felt oppressed her and found a way to get to Calcutta. She met Baba. They get married. And after that, it's also failed. So Amu divorced him and moved back to Ayana. And her circumstances were so bad that she had to worry about providing for her family to live rather than showing love to her kids. Amu next fell in love with Veluta. And fortunately, he was a communist and an outcast. However, Amu's family found out about the relationship and told the police. So she loved Veluta and he was ripped away from her because of the love loss. Veluta was later brutally murdered by the police. Once again, Amu had to deal with heartbreak. So it was hard for her to love the twins because Amu never found somebody to support her. Veluta was the only man she loved and he was taken away from her. Through her life, Amu had dealt with a troubled upbringing. So Amu, her parents were not good role model and she did not know how to parent and love her own kids. Amu had to, that means it's how can, yes, it's deal with divorce. She was a mother of twins, single parent with nobody to help support her. So she finally found a man that she loved, but she she lose him also. So Amu's pain and sorrow that caused her trouble with showing love to her kids. Amu separated from her children. Her children names are Esther and Rahel. Esther is returned to her father, and Rahel alone permitted to live with a
Oh, is it?
Sir, it's audible, my voice, sir?
Yeah, is it audible?
Yeah.
Please proceed.
Okay. Sorry, sir.
Some of your findings.
So,
Last minute. Yeah.
Wait, 1 minute, sir. So, she is such a tragic character that even that last rite is not done properly with traditional rituals. So, it does not only the men folk alone responsible for her tragic plight, but mostly the women characters like Mamachi and Baby Kochama, who may be called the real culprit to engender sufferings in Amu's life. So I conclude this paper with, yes, the God of small thing is feminine creation of unique nature. So the novel examines the feminist jealousy between the women and women, the plight of women in male-dominated framework. Arundhati Roy shows how a woman patriarchal setup yearns for pleasure and happiness and life far from the shackles and constraints. She's like a free bird that wants to fly freely in the open skies, but all of a sudden her wings are cut down by the Halu society, and thus she is pulled down to this earth where she has to grow in the lonely dust. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Participants, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Now I'd like to move on with the Vinodini.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you're audible.
Sir, shall I present my screen, sir?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you, sir. Sir, is my screen visible? Sir?
It is visible. Proceed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm K. Vinodini, PhD scholar in English, Sri Sharda College, Salem. My article is on the writer Shashi Deshpande. Shashi Deshpande is an Indian English writer. She has written many novels and short story collections. Her success as a novelist can be evaluated by the vast readership she enjoys and the large number of critical studies available on her works. For her novel That Long Silence, she was awarded Sahitya Academy in the year 1990. It is generally believed that Jaya, the protagonist of the novel That Long Silence, is a silent housewife who breaks her silence only in the end of the novel. It is not so. My article, The Gradual Process of Jaya's Breaking of Her Silence in Shashi Deshpande's That Long Silence, explores the incidents in which Jaya gradually breaks her silence. Though Jaya is an educated woman, she sticks on to the roles of a traditional housewife because she believes in the ideology that if two bullocks are yoked together, it is more comfortable for them to move in the same direction. But gradually, she loses her hope in this ideology and breaks her silence by speaking what she thinks without any second thought of hurting Mohan. The first incident where she speaks her thought is when Mohan makes her to stay in a home which is filled with the stench of cockroaches, drains, and toilets. She says that she can't bear that place. The second incident where she speaks out her thought is when Mohan wants Kusum to leave his house by saying that Kusum isn't her responsibility. Jaya has really fought him and makes Kusum stay with her. In these two incidents, she voices out her wishes. She is not silent anymore. The third incident where she speaks her mind is when Jaya finds it difficult to cook during her first trimester. Jaya asks Mohan to cook, justifying it with the statement that he can cook well because his mother was a cook. The fourth incident where she speaks her thought is when Mohan and Jaya arrange for a dinner for their friends at their home. Jaya teases her husband in front of the guests by stating that everything is ready except for the flowers. In the third and the fourth incident, she comments on Mohan's act spontaneously without thinking what her comments will do to Mohan. This again stresses that she is not silent anymore. The final incident where she voices out her anger is when there is a verbal combat. Jaya blames her husband that she has given up her magazine writing career because of him. She accuses Mohan with the words that he has allowed her to write except when it inconvenienced him. By saying so, she breaks the long silence between them. Finally, she rejects the concept of two bullocks yoked together. She says, I quote, "Two bullocks yoked together, that was how I saw the two of us the day we came here, Mohan and I. Now, I reject that image. It is wrong," I unquote. The reason for that long silence is that she has cut off the bits of her that had refused to be Mohan's wife. But finally, she realizes that that kind of fragmentation is not possible. So she decides to speak and also works to erase the silence between them. From this article, we can understand that it is very important that there should be a communication between a husband and wife for their happy marital life. Thank you. Hello, sir.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Next presenter is Anna Asurvada Mary. Is she on the line?
Yes, sir. I am there.
Please proceed.
Yes. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Contemporary films, a case study of Pink. So in this study, we have why we have taken the study is because films play a major role in our individual life. So we have taken this topic as and the portrayal of women is becoming a very much important area which has to be analyzed. So that is the reason we have gone with film analysis of female characters. Okay, and as we all know, and as we all were discussing so long, the female characters were shown as low in all aspects of life, and but now in recent films we see that the female characters are shown as independent and confident and more career oriented, and they are not in the marginalized yet. So to analyze whether they are the marginalized group or the dominant group according to the feminist standpoint theory, we have used the feminist standpoint theory, Bechdel test and reverse Bechdel test to analyze the film Pink. And according to the theories, like feminist standpoint theory is what it gives, like each individual is vested with the knowledge which they're surrounded with, and the marginalized groups information is assumed as partial because they are afraid of the dominant groups. So this is a feminist standpoint theory which I have taken into consideration. And Bechdel test is something which is created by the Alison Bechdel. She has wrote it in a comic strip which was written to her friend, and in that she states that for her to see a film there should be two female characters, and these two female characters should communicate with each other, and this communication should not be about a man. In the same way, the reverse Bechdel test is about the male characters, and they should have conversation, and this conversation should not be about a women. So keeping these points in mind, we have done an analysis, and my methodology, I have first selected the film Pink. Like how we have selected is because it is related to the post-liberalization period, and we have selected film And then we have used the Bechdel test and the analysis of the same sex interactions, and then we analyzed it with the feminist standpoint theory. And coming to the analysis, this is the output which we have got for the film Pink. If we see, the female characters are given less important in both the ways, so they are the marginalized group, and the male characters are the dominant group. So this is what is my first point. And in this film Pink, we also see that the female character, there are many morals being told in this film, like how they are told is that in the court they explain what all things a girl should do. And in this film they also mention that in the final ending, they tell that the females or any opposite gender's emotions should be considered. So that is what they tell. And from this I come like we came up to the another thing, that is the male and female characters are given equal screen time. And the female characters like the regular stereotypical representation of the female characters are missing, and if the female characters are not there, the film itself will not go forward. That is what we have seen in this film, because it's the film Pink is fully about the rape incident which happened, and if that incident itself doesn't happen, so the film itself is not there. The whole film is rotating around the incident which has happened. So that is the reason the female characters, even though they are less in number, and the conversation which is given to the female characters is less, but still the female characters are dominant in this film Pink. And the other thing what I wanted to tell about this is, like the female characters are questioning the societal attitudes towards women, and these are the things which are show women in a positive way. And the other thing is, the female should be restricted to the house, and they should do the household role, and they should not they should be dressed up in a traditional attire. All these things were put aside, and those are no more in the light. Okay. And we also see that female were not like female are not the sex objects, but they are more than that, and they were not shown in the regular item songs. In this film we don't see the regular item songs also. So with this and here are the references which I have used in my study, and thank you. With that I have finished my presentation. Thank you.
Good presentation. Any questions? Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Now we move on with the next presenter, Brighton Arrows. Is she on the line?
Yeah, I'm here, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Please
Thank
proceed.
you, sir. Okay. While the issues of sexism and the categorization of sex being a major hindrance in the Indian society, the American society is haunted by the categorization of race as well as sex. So this research paper, Race and Sexuality in James Baldwin's If Beale Street Could Talk, analyzes the basic issues of racism and sexism. Baldwin, himself being a victim of double oppression, means okay, he was victimized on the basis of his sex, that is, he's black, and he's also victimized on the basis of his sexuality, that is, he openly acclaims that he's a gay writer, and since he lived in a period when so the LGBT rights were not established, he was another victim of such marginalization, right? So in this novel, that is If Beale Street Could Talk, Baldwin analyzes the issues, the political intolerance that has been in effect in American society for a very long period of time. That is through the major characters, Tish and Fonny, right? So Tish and Fonny are engaged, But before Tish and Phony can get married, the major character Phony is imprisoned on false accusations made by a white cop by the name Officer Bill, right? So without further investigations, Phony is imprisoned and forced to endure a life in prison, exactly which is entirely different from what what he was experiencing before, right? He was isolated and he was pushed into solitude. So this makes the character Phony. He makes it an example of homeland diaspora, right? So analyzing homeland diaspora, after so many years of attaining independence and freedom, the blacks, for them, America is their homeland, but still they are the other in America, right? Being in their own nation, they are oppressed by racial categorization, right? If even after so many years, for example, the recent killings of George Floyd serves an example to that, right? Okay, he could be wrong, but he shouldn't be killed, right? Okay, he's just another man. Humanity is so. Okay, so coming back to the topic, Phony makes an example of how a black man is suppressed on the basis of race, while on the other hand, his wife, they are not yet married, so cannot be said that she is his wife. Okay, Tish, who is the woman protagonist, is a racism as well as sexism. How sexism? Being a woman, you're exposed to double marginalization. Being a woman in black scenario, you are a victim of triple oppression, right? Means you are victimized by your own race, that is, you are victimized by blacks, you are victimized by the white male, as well as you are victimized by the white female, right? So in this case, Tish is not married, but she has a baby in her womb, right? So she is she is another victim of moral outrage, right? So this Tish is considered as she's morally weak, but James Baldwin in this novel makes Tish an example to show that the aspect of love is much more bigger than the other aspects of life, right? So in this now we have analyzed how the African American men, not African American men, the American black men and women are victims of race and sex, even after so many years of oppression, right? While racism is another issue that has been in effect for very long, the similar issue to race in Indian context is caste, right? While race is something on the basis of the skin of the color, caste is something that has been made by men, and through men it has been manipulated. So with this conclusion, with this part, I'm ending this presentation that years after getting freedom, getting our own rights, still certain group of people are marginalized by a superior power, and there is nothing that can be done about it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a new
Am I
area.
audible, sir?
Yeah, you're audible. Yeah, that's a new area and good presentation. Any questions? Thank you for your presentation. Now I move on with the Agarsana.
Good afternoon, sir. So
Yeah.
may I?
You're audible.
Okay, sir.
Do you have PowerPoint presentation?
No, sir. No, sir.
Switch on your video and present your paper.
Sir, sorry, sir. I'm in outside, so I can't able to on my video.
Then proceed.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is different perspective of human world and influence of motherhood. You begin. As Margaret Atwood is a Canadian writer and is famous for her poetry and prose fiction. Her perspective towards feminism was especially noted in all aspects. However, role reversal and new beginnings are continuous themes in her novels and poems and short stories. As a voracious reader of literature, she expressed the ideas in a very unique way. In this poem, the poet used the informal words, which clearly reveals that the poem is a simple monologue directed towards someone from whom the speaker is comfortable in all aspects. That is a newborn infant who is going to begin a new journey as a human being. And as well as the words which includes the reflection of world in every phase and how to overcome the obstacles with the cudgel of mother. The poem includes enormous attempts to understand the human world. On the other hand, it reveals the view of paradox towards the human world. As an infant, the small human soul began her life in the world to fulfill the purpose of their birth. As a newborn, the infant is completely unaware of everything in the world and its implications of the world. However, the infant is simply changed towards everything. But by growing day by day, the infant came to realize everything with the help of maturity because of the experience overcome by them. The poet also needs the child to begin the way with an enormous measures, like how the mother needs the child to grow. Here I come to this that my study is going to reveal that the poet states that infants are because they are unaware of everything. While growing in the human society, their maturity level leads them to good and also the bad fortune. Her purpose of life. At the beginning, the stage, the infants are under the control of parents, especially the mother. So the mother needs to show the noble path with gospel characteristics to their children, which mean not only the particular surroundings, but also for the sake of the world's goodness. At the same time, shaping the future of the world first comes under each and every mother in the world without undergoing any negation. So that's all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, shall we move on to the center? Now, thank you, Anushma. Next presenter, please. Hello.
Dr. Sujarita, are you there, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you can please go ahead with your presentation, ma'am.
So can I start, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Please keep it short, ma'am, as we don't have much time. Just present your abstract and your findings. Thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon to one and all. I'm Dr. Sujarita. The title of my paper is Enduring to Survive, reading a select work of Afro-American women poets. Generally, we consider literature as a source of history and literature as a mirror of society. And the hypothesis of my paper is to look at the select poems of 3 women writers from 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries to present the survival issue of Afro-Americans. So I have selected 3 women poets, namely Frances Ellen Watkin Harper, Maya Angelou, and Evis Shockley from 3 centuries. And when we look at the history of Afro-Americans, we know very well how they were traded to America in order to do the work, menial work for the white people. And they were considered as an object by the white people. So when we look at the history, laws like the 20 Negro law and Jim Crow law, they shows how blacks were, though those laws promised a kind of equality to the black people, still they show how though those people were treated as an object, especially 20 Negro law that shows how the plantation owners were restricted to have only 20 slaves. If they have more than 20 slaves, that they will be exempted from military service. So it was seen as a kind of positive thing to the black people, but still shows how black people were treated or seen as an object. And the first writer whom I have selected, Frances Ellen Watkin Harper, she belongs to the 19th century. That she is from 1825 to 1911. She is an abolitionist and social activist. During that period, educated black people were very less in number. So she could write the societal condition of the black during that period. The poem, but what I have selected is The Slave Auction, that shows how slaves were sold as, goods in the society based on the physical fitness and the power of the people. The money value of the slaves, it increases. The second poem, what I have selected is A Double Standard, that illustrates the cruelty of gender disparity, where when a woman gets pregnant out of wedlock, the woman was punished by the society and no one bothers to know about the man's position. And the second writer whom I have selected is Maya Angelou. We know very well that she is seen as a spokesperson for black people, and her works defend black culture. The first poem I have selected is Still I Rise, that presents the positive attitude of the writer, who believes that she can rise from all sorts of discrimination and cruelty of white and male community. So it is a kind of positive note to the black people, that it gives a kind of optimistic view to the people. So there is a kind of slow change in the perspective of the writer. From Harper to Maya Angelou, we could find it. And the next poem, Alone, still presents the discriminatory part of the world. And she says that everyone in the world, is losing its nature. For example, water is thirsty and bread is stone, and human are without humanity. So this is how she presents. And she says she asks the black people to fight for their equality. And the next writer is Evis Shockley. She is the 21st century writer, and she projects the transformation undergone by the black people in America. She pursues both traditional and experimental style in her poem. Especially, she uses only the lower case in her poem, that is small letters. She doesn't use the capital letter. This is how she was projecting some experimental style in her poem. The first poem selected here is Waiting on the Mayflower, that gives a chronological account of the Africans. And from 1700 to 2000, what kind of socio-political and economical changes Africans have experienced in the country. And still, in the fourth part of the poem, she says still Africans, in spite of surviving in America for more than 4 centuries, they are still considered as immigrants. So that actually hurts her a lot. And the second poem, When It Is Clean, again like Maya Angelou's Alone poem, it projects the world is not fit for everyone to live equally. So my conclusion is the select 3 writers projected the political and economical changes in the life of Afro-Americans, that is from the movement from the clusters of slavery to a better position. And the reading of these 3 centuries writers, it gives a kind of historical information, and literature is used as a kind of place where they can register their history. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Nice presentation.
Dr. Shobha ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present my paper. And my paper is in French. It is on French language teaching, the use of literature in a French class. I request your permission to read it in French, and I'll keep it under 2 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am.
May I, sir?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. L'exploitation de la littérature dans une classe de FLE. La langue, c'est un système de signes vocaux, graphiques, propre à une communauté d'individus qui l'utilisent pour s'exprimer et communiquer entre eux. Pour développer la langue, il faut avoir une combinaison de développement de phonétique, grammaire, etc. Des études récentes ont montré qu'on peut utiliser n'importe quel moyen pour apprendre une langue. Avec la crise pandémique, on a essayé d'incorporer plusieurs méthodologies dans notre pédagogie pour rendre notre classe en ligne intéressante. On a développé les jeux ludiques, des applications qui attirent les apprenants. Mais on remarque qu'on a recours à la grammaire et des conversations phonétiques, mais le plus souvent, il est d'usage d'éviter la littérature dans une classe de langue étrangère pour les débutants. Donc, qu'est-ce que c'est la littérature? La littérature est des conséquences des événements où cela représente la société existante. Sans la connaissance de la littérature, le savoir langagier qu'on acquiert reste partiel. De nos jours, avec l'avancement de la technologie, on a recours aux plusieurs documents authentiques et tous les systèmes éducatifs ont reconnu le rôle des documents authentiques dans l'apprentissage d'une langue. Cela réduit la distance entre le monde d'un apprenant et le monde de la langue qu'il apprend. Cela nous amène à réfléchir à la place de la littérature dans l'enseignement du FLE. Donc maintenant, nous allons passer aux activités que nous pouvons aborder dans une classe de langue. Tout d'abord, présenter les auteurs. La première phase est celle de la préparation à la lecture où le professeur justifie son choix de l'œuvre. Les apprenants sont invités à anticiper le contenu de l'œuvre pour susciter des hypothèses. La première étape, où le professeur a la tâche de choisir une œuvre selon le besoin langagier de ses apprenants et aussi selon leur goût. Avant d'aller directement au texte, on peut présenter l'auteur, le situer dans un contexte et un temps réel. Ensuite, comme entraînement, on peut aider aux apprenants de se présenter. C'est également intéressant de leur faire deviner le titre du livre parmi une dizaine de titres. Dans la deuxième phase de lecture, on peut donner le texte au présent pour les débutants et de leur demander de dégager les verbes, les adverbes, les adjectifs. Ainsi, on peut renforcer leur connaissance de base et on peut aussi demander de faire un résumé de l'histoire. C'est intéressant d'inviter les apprenants de réfléchir sur un livre qui porte le même thème dans leur propre langue. On peut allumer une discussion, on peut leur demander de créer un dialogue, jeu de rôle, etc. Les apprenants peuvent être invités à modifier l'histoire, on peut aussi dégager la pensée de l'auteur. En gros, on peut dire que la littérature aide au socio-constructivisme. Le socio-constructivisme est important car la compréhension de l'œuvre littéraire est vue comme un travail de construction. Ainsi, la classe de français devient un lieu de médiation culturelle. La littérature facilite l'approche coopérative, la tâche de lecture et l'analyse favorise un sentiment de collaboration. Enseigner la littérature, la question reste plus ouverte que jamais. Merci beaucoup. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Professor Kandasamy?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. With that, we come to the end of the paper presentation sessions in this conference, sir. I thank you so much for the honor of your presence, sir, and for your wonderful moderation today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to thank the presenters who have chosen the topic for the contemporary issues, and especially the two, one from the film studies and another one from queer studies. And with respect of topics, all the presenters have done a good work, and they are having their thorough knowledge of what they are going to present. And it's been a wonderful experience for me to share my point, share and observe the presenter's point of view. It's a nice experience. So thank you, Anand, and thank you. It's been a pleasure time with you, sir.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, dear participants. We will move on now to the valedictory function. No, ma'am, you are not yet audible. No, ma'am, not yet. Rama, ma'am, shall we proceed, ma'am? Rama, ma'am? Ma'am, you are muted, ma'am.
Walter, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, Walter.
Balakrishna sir has our chief guest arrived, sir. Very good afternoon, Professor Marx. We welcome you, sir, for the valediction.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear participants, for joining us for the valediction. I kindly request Dr. V. Rama, Professor and Head Department of English and Other Foreign Languages, SRM IST Ramapuram campus, to deliver the welcome address to the gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Walter. Walter, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
So, good afternoon to the August gathering. On behalf of the Department of English and Other Foreign Languages, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Ramapuram, and our co-organizer, Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science, I extend a very warm and cordial welcome to all the attendees who have joined us for the valedictory function of the two-day Bodhi International Online Conference on Language, Literature and Linguistics. After 2 days of meaningful deliberations and brainstorming sessions, we are drawing the curtains down on the conference. At this juncture, I take this wonderful opportunity to accord a hearty welcome to Professor Marx, Professor, Department of English, Pondicherry University, who will be delivering the valedictory address. Pleasure is mine as I thank and welcome Dr. Kaviarasu, Editor, Roots Journal and Assistant Professor, Department of English, Vivekananda College, Agastishwar. Welcome, sir. I welcome all the esteemed professors from the various institutions who have joined us during the various sessions. The delegates have made this conference take shape so well through their overwhelming participation and enthusiastic presentation. I welcome them with all my heart on behalf of the organizers. Once again, I feel very privileged to welcome you all to the valediction of the conference. Thank you all and welcome.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would now like to invite our respected conference organizing secretary, Dr. S. Savita, Assistant Professor, Department of English and Other Foreign Languages, SRM IST Ramapuram, to give an overview of the event and present the conference report. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Walter. Good afternoon to the August gathering. The two-day international e-conference on language, literature, and linguistics On the 27th and 28th of August 2021, organized by SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Ramapuram campus, and Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science, brought together more than 100 participants from various academic colleges across the globe. The main objective of this conference is to create a platform for the exchange of knowledge and best practices in the area of language, literature, and linguistics, and also to strengthen the relations with other institutions and develop ideas for new activities to be carried out in the framework of teaching and learning process. This is a forum to bring together students, research scholars, and faculty members in English, French, German, and Japanese languages to discuss innovative ideas on diverse topics. The conference addressed a variety of topics relevant to the main theme. Over 145 research papers submitted in the conference, among which 109 papers were accepted by the committee. The conference comprised 6 plenary sessions with 15 paper presenters per session. Each speaker was given 5 to 7 minutes to present their papers. The event started with the invocation of Tamilthai Valtu and the lighting of Kuthuvilakku. The Dean of SRM IST Ramapuram delivered the welcome note and insisted on the importance of communication for placement drives and gave the program details. Dr. V. Rama, head of the Department of English and Other Foreign Languages, and the convener, presented the theme of the conference in a lucid manner. This was followed by the presidential address by the Chief Director, SRM IST Ramapuram. He stressed on the importance of teaching and learning through technology during the pandemic time and the ways of improving it through such conferences. The director of SRM IST Ramapuram, in his special address, established a connection between anthropology with the learning and researching of a language and touched upon the deconstruction theory. Vice Principal Academic, in his felicitations, appreciated the meticulous organizing of the international conference and acknowledged the efforts taken by the department. The inaugural address was presented by Dr. Mahendran Maniyam, Associate Professor, Department of English Language, Sultan Idris Education University, Malaysia. He inaugurated the conference and delivered the keynote address. He spoke on the paradigm shift in ELT and the challenges faced in language teaching. He stressed the importance of improving the proficiency level of teachers and the equal importance must be given to ELT studies as far as research is concerned. He also insisted that constant updation of technical knowledge is necessary for the academic growth of oneself in the new normal life. Dr. S. Savita, the organizing secretary of the conference, delivered the vote of thanks, acknowledging the presence of all the dignitaries and the tireless efforts of the members of the conference committee for the smooth functioning of the event. Dr. M. Muvendan, Head Department of English, INRR Janaki Ammal College, Sivakasi, introduced the resource person of the plenary talk, Dr. Prasanjit Panda, Assistant Professor, Department of English and Foreign Languages, Guru Ghasidas Vishwavidyalaya, Chhattisgarh. He delivered a talk on humanism and post-humanism, quoting characters from literary works. In day one, 4 paper presentation tracks were held, in which 60 papers were presented. Each session has chairpersons who were experts in the domain. Day 1 was chaired by Dr. Suganti, Dean of Arts, Associate Professor of English, Mangerkarasi College of Arts and Science, Tamil Nadu. Dr. G. Vinod Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of English and Other Foreign Languages, Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore. Dr. M. Natarajan, Assistant Professor, Department of English and Foreign Languages, Alagappa University, Karaikudi, and Dr. K. Madhavarajan, Assistant Professor of English, NMSS Velachami Nadar College, Tamil Nadu. Day 2 started with paper presentation track 5 chaired by Dr.KK Kaviarasu, Assistant Professor of English, Vivekananda College, Kanyakumari, and later followed by the keynote talk. The keynote session was chaired by Dr. Mala Valarmati, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Auxilium College, Vellore. She introduced the keynote speaker, Dr. M. Satya Irnanda, Professor, Department of English, Teacher Training and Education, Faculty Universitas Serambi, Unmuha, Indonesia. Dr. Satya spoke on being a bilingual. What does it mean in the third language learning? She deliberated clearly on the cognitive consequences of being bilingual. After the keynote address, paper presentation, track 6, was chaired by Dr. S. Kandasamy, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of English, Urumu Dhanlakshmi College, Trichy. The participants had a good learning experience from this common forum. We received good feedback from our delegates. All their views and wishes have been recorded to ensure continual improvement in our future success. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Savita ma'am. I take immense pleasure in welcoming our esteemed chief guest, Dr. T. Marks, Professor, Department of English, School of Humanities, Pondicherry University, Puducherry. Dr. Marks is a man of great literary excellence related to drama, comparative literature, subaltern studies, and translation. He has been guiding 9 PhD scholars, of which 4 are awarded, and has adjudicated nearly 98 PhD theses, of which he had been external examiner for 44 PhD viva voce. The pinnacle of his academic excellence lies in his publication, especially of books, which amount to 15 in both English and Tamil. Recently, he has translated a Tamil novel, Poomanis Piragu, in English under the name And Then. He had been a member of the panel at UPSC New Delhi. He has accomplished various prestigious roles like Member of Board of Studies, Subject Expert, University nominee for various institutions in Tamil Nadu and in Kerala. He is the editorial assistant for the International Journal of South Asian Studies, and he is also the associate editor for Manas, an international journal again. It is our pleasure, sir, to welcome you for this grand occasion to present the valedictory address. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nagamani Kandasamy, for the warm welcome note. Respected Professor Rama, respected Professor Savita, Dr. Walter, the editor of Roots International Journal, Roots, Dr. Balakrishnan, Dr. Kaviarasu, Dr. Movendran, Dr. Natarajan from Alagappa University, Karakudi, and other learned professors who are present in this meeting, research scholars and student friends. Very good afternoon to you all. When Dr. Balakrishnan, the editor of Roots International Journal, approached me to deliver the valedictory address, I was a little hesitant because usually even in a physical seminar or a conference, during the valedictory session, half of the people will be moving away and the rest of them will be waiting for the resource person to complete his talk so that they can also leave. So the fag end of the event, people will be a little bit tired and restless as well. But then since it is online and he has been, a long time friend of mine, I couldn't say no for him, and I accepted his offer to felicitate the event and also to deliver the valedictory address. So thank you so much, the administration, the director, the head of the Department of English of SRM University Ramapuram campus, for having invited me to deliver the valedictory address. Friends, it gives me immense pleasure to be part of this bigger event where, I just heard nearly 100 plus participants have presented their papers, and it's a big success for the organization and the organizers of this event, because unlike in the first wave of COVID-19 and the subsequent online events like webinars, conferences, workshops, the number of participants who are registering for such online events now after the second wave of COVID has been considerably reduced. And the craze for such online events has come down a little bit. And in such a context that the SRM University has drawn nearly 100 plus papers is something very amazing. And I wish the organizers all the very best, and I express my heartfelt congratulations to the organizers on the successful accomplishment of this event. So let me get into my valedictory address. Dear friends, literature, as we all know, is an expression of human thoughts, emotions, and experiences. And it's only because of the human intervention, it's only because of human communication, it's only because of the human ability to express its own experiences that we have got a medium called literature. So there is no of course animals do think and express, but they can't rationalize their experiences, and hence we don't have any any kind of an artistic or an expressive form among animals. Even if they do have, we human beings cannot really understand and interpret the form of communication, the form of expression among animals. Or perhaps we humans can't really understand their expressions of experiences. So literature has been a vehicle of communicating human experiences to fellow humans. So there are 5 important phases of crisis in humanity, and I'll just quickly trace these 5 phases of crisis and how literature responded to such a crisis in my valedictory note. The first phase is a phase of traditionalism and science. It's an interesting phase. It's the very first phase of human crisis or humanitarian crisis, and it's interesting to see how literature responded to such an interesting turn of event. Because initially religion and God-centric interpretation of the universe is what we all had. So the whole universe was interpreted only in terms of divinity, only in terms of God, only in terms of the divine forces. And any issues with regard to human beings, with regard to humanity, can be interpreted, can be solved, can be understood only with the intervention of God or the divine forces. So the this kind of literature or literary literary intervention that we get from Now, I mean, in the initial stage is what we call liberal humanism. So liberal humanism liberated humanity from the clutches of God, religion, and the divine forces. So the primary concern of liberal humanism is to effect a paradigm shift. So acceptance of a God-centric universe, among human beings in a society, it has moved on to the acknowledgement of a man-centric, space, man-centric universe. So it was a shift simultaneously from a God-centric discourse to a man-centric discourse as well. So any human crisis can be solved without the divine intervention, without involving the religious or superstitious forces. Man's problems can be solved. So to put it very sharp, liberal humanists never said there is no God. They never said it openly. They never proclaimed it like the Romantics. Indeed, they were not in a position to contest the existence of God. So they took a pacifist stance. If at all man should be interpreted, he should be interpreted only in terms of himself. So they tried rationalizing their understanding of divinity. So traditionalists believed in a God-centric universe. God is word and word is God, as you see in the case of Milton. In the case of the Tamil classics, avan indri oru anuvum asayadu, which means without him, the God, not even a single atom would move. So this kind of a crisis was dealt with by the liberal humanists. And the second phase is the phase of the Romantics. The Romantics and the liberal humanists are, doing the same thing but using a different mode. The Romantics openly propagated that there is no God. So language, the dictum that language is God supplied, or the belief that language is God supplied, as the traditionalists believed, has been redefined by the Romantics as it's a product of man's continuous interaction with nature. So they revolutionized the human experience in terms of nature. As we see, heard melodies are sweet, those unheard are sweeter. So they, in fact, initiated the discussion. In fact, they initiated the evolution or the emergence of new voices, the human voices, or the voices that emerge out of collaboration between man and his immediate surroundings, that is nature. So this is the second important response to the second kind of a major crisis that humanity faced. And the third phase is a very interesting phase where you find the Marxist literary response to the crisis. I'm not here to give an elaborate lecture on Marxism. It is not possible as well within this short span of time. But then I want to sum up Marxism as a whole in just one or two sentences, especially for the understanding of research scholars and students. It's very complex and complicated, but then I'm trying to make it very simple because you treat me as a layman and try to understand what Marxism is all about and what it has to do with literature. It says criticizing the old existing literary works or creating new literary works should effect the creation of a new society. That's all. There is nothing more to talk about. There is nothing more to confuse yourself with, and there is nothing more to analyze. A piece of literature when you view a piece of literature through the Marxist lens. This is as simple as a nursery rhyme that if you criticize an old existing literary work like Shakespeare's Hamlet or Midsummer Night's Dream or Taming of the Shrew or King Lear, or if you want to create a new literary work, it should effect the creation of a new society. And in the Marxist parlance, you very well know, you should criticize old works or create new works in such a way that it should lead to the formation of a classless society. So man can get the status of man not by going deeper into one's self, as the modernists would always recommend, but only by coming out to identify oneself with the external reality that is society. So Marxists pose a very serious question to the modernists. Even you can read George Lukács. Why you haven't portrayed the external reality? Why do you talk about, or why do you travel within yourself, right? Traveling within oneself, traveling interior. So this kind of a question, why you haven't portrayed the external reality? They'll say because it's dirty, it's disturbing, it's dirty, it's morbid. So Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir, his disciple, in their attempts to redefine the purpose of literature, art, they very carefully used the word engage. And their belief in the responsibility of the writer to the social values and political positions led them to conclude that literature must be committed. So this kind of a commitment on the part of the writer, the commitment on the part of the author, is re-emphasized by Eric Bentley, who quotes Sartre's letter to Camus in support of his argument that the committed writer is one who is willing to get his hands dirty. One should take sides and cannot remain neutral. In our own local parlance, we used to say, if you feel bad about the rotten smell of an open ditch, if there is a blockage in the sewer, you just dirty your hands first, and you should try to remove the blockage instead of crying that the ditch is smelling rotten. The ditch spreads diseases. Instead of making a call to the municipality people, instead of complaining about the system, a writer who writes about it should make his hands dirty because he should be a committed writer. So this kind of taking aside when there is a conflict. Napoleon also says, in his comment to Goethe, politics replaced destiny in modern life. So a writer, in the name of creative freedom, cannot just separate himself from his social responsibility. He is given the freedom to write, and in the same way, the society is entitled to expect social responsibility in what is written. So when we acknowledge a writer as a collective unit of the society, we expect the writer to contribute something to the society, because he is the most conscious and an indispensable part of the society. This is where Desmond Tutu, one of my favorite authors, he says, if you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. If I'm asking you a question, do you prefer idli or dosa, which is better? You should say either idli or dosa. You shouldn't say, no, I'm neutral. If you give both, I'll eat. That is a kind of, if an elephant has its foot on the tail of a mouse, and you say that you are neutral, the mouse will not appreciate your neutrality. So flight from the sordid reality into a subjective reality, you find, the Marxists are complaining about the modernists, that your fascination of yourself and your celebration of yourself is not going to do anything for the society. Because you would always talk about solitariness, you always talk about ennui, you always talk about loneliness, you always talk about subjectivity. When a person is left all alone for a month, he will certainly land up in a mental asylum. You become pathological. So instead of, your projection of reality is not a reflection of reality, rather it is an escape from reality. You could not face the reality and hence you are traveling inwards. So instead of regretting your solitude, you started celebrating it. This is the tragedy of the modernist trend, modernist movement Marxists complain about. And Marxists started, encouraging works which contribute to the social change. And the fourth important phase is also a very serious phase and an equally important phase, though we always relate existentialism with meaninglessness, which is not true. So the despair reflected in the words of Shakespeare's Macbeth, where he says, life is a sad tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. This is the essence of absurd literature, existential literature. Existentialism displays the, its most crude form in the absurd place by drawing characters who are completely bewildered and unhappy about their meek existence and find life absurd. Unlike in France and England, absurd plays received a very cold welcome in America and in India, countries which were untouched by the horrors of war. So thinkers and writers of absurd theater awakened the stage and its illusions and pictured what was haunting their anguished minds and put the question of what is life worth for? So it's something like the Americans could feel the sense of absurdity only with the Vietnam War and the Watergate tragedy, both in the 1970s. And in India, we have two important essential concepts, which helped India overcome the sense of absurdity: contentment and expectation. You just go to a platform and just ask the beggar, why do you beg and make your livelihood? He won't complain about the system. He won't say, I have very little money because someone else is amazing crores and crores of wealth. He will never ever complain about such things. He will simply say, it is my fate. He'll simply say, it's written on my head to become a beggar this time. And his belief in the next birth supports him, helps him survive this life of, a beggar's life. He'll simply say, this life, I have to be a beggar. Possibly in the next birth, I'll be a well-off person. So this kind of a serious, belief helped India, helped America. American dream helped America survive the existential movement. So it's like Samuel Beckett says, of course, we in the COVID time now realize what is absurdity, because especially during the lockdown, we wake up and we eat, then we sleep or read something, then again we eat, then again a short nap in the afternoon, again some tea or biscuits, then again in the night we eat and sleep. So we are reminded of Samuel Beckett's very famous crux of existentialism. We wake up only to sleep again, and we sleep only to wake up again. So we do something in a very, very normal, repetitive cycle. Ultimately, life is also like that. We were born only to pass away. So this is a very temporary phase which we find in the songs of Patinathar, even Eliottian, the last lines of Eliottian slogan, Shanti, 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 was very successfully confronted with Samuel Beckett's nothing, nothing, nothing. Man is dropped to this universe without being asked, and now completely isolated to lead an absurd life. So when you talk about, there is Edward Albee's Who is Afraid of Virginia Woolf, where there is a stereotypical, very monotonous, very absurd conversation, no dialectical relation with each dialogue between a husband and wife. The husband says, life is an illusion. This is a dialogue which most husband and wives will be talking about in the COVID lockdown period. Life is an illusion. Wife says, I too think so. And the husband says, to encounter this situation, we should continue to live pretending as if we were ignorant of this truth, that life is absurd, life is an illusion. This is a universal situation of the whole humanity when there is nothing to do meaningful. So this kind of, a similar conversation you can find in Through Looking Glass, when Humpty Dumpty asks a question, when I utter a word, the word should express the meaning I intend. And Alice asks, if it is so, well, a single word gives meanings according to your whims and fancies. Humpty Dumpty says, then who rules the meaning of a word? The word or the speaker? This is my question. Same thing you can find in Shakespeare when Falstaff is asking a question, what is martyrdom? He himself answers very convincingly, it's just a word. It's just a word, that's all, just a guess, that's all. To die is meaningless. When living, it is impossible to have brave death. So this is how the absurdity has been represented in literary works. And the last phase is a very recent phase, the humanitarian crisis, which is called, which gave birth to, or which led to the emergence of new studies like new historicist readings of literary works, what we call part of it as subaltern studies as well. There is an important shift in the writing history or the production of history. There is some interruption. Somebody has unmuted the mic.
I
Please.
kindly request the participants, please mute your mics.
There is an important shift in the writing history or the production of history. For the first time in the 1960s, E.P. Thompson, a very prominent scholar, he brought in two important terms, experience and culture of the masses. So this experience and culture of the masses were considered as essential categories of history writing for the first time in the whole world. So it was in the year 1966, E.P. Thompson's essay, History from Below, brought the phrase, subaltern, or brought the phrase history from below to the forefront of historiography. And along with him, Eric Hobsbawm and George Root, Christopher Hill, and some others started emphasizing the role of the disenfranchised, the oppressed, the poor, the non-conformists like atheists, and otherwise marginal groups in the history-making process. Can you imagine a people's history or history from below is a historical narrative from the perspective of common people rather than leaders. So it's very simple, like the project of nationalism is also a middle class affair in India. And a lot of examples I can give, but due to paucity of time, I'm not going deep into that. But as a result of these, history from below movements across the world, we have started, understanding that when the elites indulged in a social rebellion, the historians branded it as protest. Whereas when the peasant and tribals protested, they branded it as social unrest. So historians dwarfed the violent protests of peasants and tribals, ascribing them to purely economic motives. This is what when Langston Hughes was talking in his Not for Publication, for the first time he was shocking the whole mainstream audience by saying that the church is white, the pulpit is white, the priest is white, he is wearing a white gown, and the altar boys are white, and everything is white in the church except me, the black, sitting like a black mole on a black pea on a white rose. And he continues his turmoil and turbulent experiences all throughout Not for Publication, and he ends the piece of work saying that Jesus Christ, I challenge you, as you promised, if you come back to this world, not as a Jew, but as a black, everything would have been changed in this world. But one thing will be, will remain the same. You will be crucified if you come back to this world as a black man. So this is how the common people, lay people, started writing about their experiences, and they shout, they cry to make the rest of the humanity listen to their oaths. So this kind of, whenever there is, humanity is facing a crisis, it is literature that comes for its rescue. We shouldn't forget that important thing. With one last story, I just want to conclude my valedictory address. There is a wonderful travel memoir by Saint Pierre Bernardin, who is a Frenchman who visited India and who spent almost a decade in India, and he went back and published this specific book called La Shamia in the Inn, which means the Indian hut. The Indian Hut by Saint Pierre Bernardin is available for reading in English. It is available in all leading online stores. The gist of it is very simple. I'll sum it up in 4 sentences. He lives in India with each category of the hierarchically graded caste system. So community-wise, he lives with every group. So for a few months, he lives in a Brahmin house. For a few months, he lives in a Vaishya's house. For a few other months, he lives in Kshatriya's house. Then for a few months in a Shudra house. And at last, he spends some time in the Avarna's house, the untouchables house. So after living his life with all these categories of hierarchically graded categories of human beings, he found the lifestyle and the cultural triads and the food culture of the indigenous category, the last category of humanity. And he was very much impressed by the hospitality provided to him by the untouchable. And he was very much impressed by his eco-friendly, non-exploitative, nature-friendly, human-friendly, animal-friendly lifestyle of the untouchable community. So before leaving India, he was asking the untouchable person. Whom, the title of the travel memoir is La Shamia Indian, the Indian hut. So he's leaving the hut and he asked this man, "What do you want?" "I just want to gift you something because I am very much impressed and I love your way of living. So I just want to gift you something which you should which you should keep forever." And to the shock of the Westerner, he asked the person in the hut asked for his smoking pipe. And he was shocked and he asked, "What? I thought of gifting you a lot of other things, but what made you to ask for this smoking pipe?" And he answers, "I'm living in a land which treated me like a shit. Nobody prefers touching me and nobody allows me to touch them. So in a country which treated me like a shit, you have spent your time with me, you lived with me, you dined with me, you slept with me, you smoke your pipe and shared your pipe with me. So this smoking pipe is not just a smoking pipe, it is a symbol of universal brotherhood and what you call the humanness." So he asked for the smoking pipe and it is provided to him as a gift. And this is how the voices from below are getting reflected in realms of academia today, here and there. So these crises, right, when humanity faces all kinds of crises, it is all the time literature, art, the field of humanities that comes for its rescue. And so it is all useful, and it has its utilitarian and cultural value when you talk about, when you discuss in a forum like this, language, literature, and the systems of language, linguistics. So let us make literature, language, linguistics more and more humane, and let's accept, and celebrate the differences of humanity. Once again, I thank the organizers, more specifically Dr. Balakrishnan and the administration of SRM Ramapuram campus. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for gracing this occasion with your esteemed presence. As was expected, your speech was very motivating, sir, and you have shared so many valuable points and insights with us. I'm sure all the participants had a great takeaway from your speech, sir. Thank you so much, sir. May I now invite respected Dr. K. Kaviarasu, editor, Roots Journal and Assistant Professor of English, Vivekananda College, Agasthiswaram, Kanyakumari, and Joint Organizing Secretary of the conference to deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, one and all. Today we are at the fag end of the two-day Bodhi International Online Conference on Language, Literature, and Linguistics, organized by the Department of English and Other Foreign Languages, the SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Ramapuram Campus, Chennai, and Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science, India. So now in the chat box, I already got a curfew note stating, can we have lunch break? So I'm not going to take much time. We can have your break very soon. First and foremost, I thank God Almighty for his abundant grace and blessings for giving us the strength to organize this conference. I also thank the management, the chief patrons, the chairpersons from SRM Institute of Technology, Ramapuram, Dr. R. Shivakumar, the chairman, Mr. S. Niranjan, the co-chairman, Dr. N. Seduraman, the chief director, Dr. V. Subbaya Bharati, director, Dr. M. Murali Krishna, Dean ENT, Dr. G. Prabharan, Vice Principal Academics, ENT, Dr. J. Jagdishan, Vice Principal Admin, ENT, for their ardent support and gracious permissions to organize this conference. I'm indebted to the valedictory speaker, the most respected professor, friend, and well-wisher, Dr. T. Marx, sir, is a professor of Department of English, School of Humanities, Pondicherry University, for his unusual, crispy address, mesmerizing the gathering. Sir, you did it. So thank you, sir. I also thank the keynote speakers of the conference, our beloved friend and scholar, Dr. Mahendran Maniam, Associate Professor, Department of English Language, Faculty of Languages and Communication, Sultan Idris Education University, Malaysia, who was the resource person yesterday and resource person of the second day today, Dr. M. Stefina Hernanda, Professor, Department of English, Teacher Training and Education Faculty, University Serambi Mekah, Indonesia, for enlightening the participants on the new realms of English language, literature, and linguistics, as the title of the conference suggested. I thank the plenary speaker, Dr. Prasenjit Panda, Assistant Professor, Department of English and Foreign Languages, Guru Ghasidas Vishwavidyalaya, Biladpur, Chhattisgarh, for his scholarly, exemplary speech. I thank the chairpersons of this conference, without whom the paper presentation sessions will not be so successful, because it is they who had managed this 109 papers presented within 2 sessions. Dr. M. Movindan, Head of Department of English, Ayyanada Janakamal College, Sivagasi, Dr. S. Suganti, Dean, Art Stream, Mangersi College of Arts and Science for Women, Madurai, Dr. G. Vinod Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of English and Foreign Languages, Bardiyar University, Coimbatore, Dr. M. Nadarajan, sir, Assistant Professor, Department of English and Foreign Languages, Alappa University, Karaikudi, Sister Dr. A. Amala Valarmati, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Auxilium College, Vellore, Dr. S. Kandasamy, Assistant Professor and Head, the Department of English, Urumudalashmi College, Trichy, for their scholarly views and for making the plenary paper presentation sessions exemplary. When the conference has ended very successfully, it is a right time to remember and thank the convener of the conference, Dr. V. Rama, is the professor and head of SRM IST Ramapuram campus, and the organizing secretary, Dr. S. Savita, Assistant Professor, Senior Grade, and all the other coordinators for the members of the department for their ardent support and passionate contributions towards this conference. Because of them only we can find, as Mark sir has said, this is the conference where even during the valedictory address is going on, the strength is full. The 99, the full strength of 100 Zoom is full, and many people are watching in YouTube also. So we thank you on behalf of Bodhi team. A special word of thanks to the Master of Ceremony, Dr. Walter Parker, Assistant Professor of French, who were with us running the show the 2 days. So thank you, Dr. Walter. I have to thank the Bodhi team, headed by Dr. S. Balakrishnan, who is the publisher and managing editor of Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Sciences, and the Assistant Professor, Department of Philosophy, the American College, Madurai. Under his leadership, we can find this is conference a great success. He is the brainchild of all these conference series. So thank you, Dr. Balaza. That is how we ardently call him. Followed, he has a wonderful team, Ms. E.G. Priya, who is the admin head of Bodhi, Sarah, and Sona are the two people who always readily they attend your calls and responds to your messages, mails every now and then. And so we thank this wonderful team for making this conference a grand success. Last but not the least, we thank DrKK for becoming a technology partner and making this conference telecasted live stream also. So once again, I thank one and all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. To bring this valedictory session to a close, and as a mark of respect to our great nation, I kindly request the august gathering to disable your videos and rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Rama ma'am, if you have any concluding remarks.
No, Walter, we'll conclude. Walter. I think.
I thank each and every participant for joining us, esteemed chief guest, and all the respected delegates for joining us for this two-day conference. I thank you one and all. Kindly fill the feedback and register your participation for the certification.
Thank you, Professor Marx.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Kaviarasu, sir, thank you very much, sir.
Madam, it's my pleasure, madam. Once
Yes,
again.
sir, thank you so much.
Happy working with you all.
I think we are meeting for the second time after that webinar we had.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. And
So
we have to thank Bala also for uniting us once again.
Yes. Absolutely.
Bala, sir.
Professor Balakrishnan.
Bala, sir.
I think he's not there.
We'll request.
Yeah, he's there.
Checking the
He's there,
feedback and other things.
He's there.
Yes, he's
Our
active.
faculty members wants to meet him. Sir, kindly unmute your video. Hello, sir.
I think he is busy now. He might be talking to Dr. Marx, I think.
Kaviarasu sir, you're muted.
I think sir is talking to.
Okay, so talking to someone.
I am sorry, madam. I tried calling people. So thank you so much, madam. I think we can find and Walter, you have done a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Sir, Walter and Nagamani
Dr.
have
Yes,
managed.
Nagamani madam also.
They
Yes,
have
sorry.
managed the marathon session for the 2 days. So
Yes, yes.
I think we have to specifically thank them for
I am
this
sorry,
great
I left
service.
Nagamani madam. Sorry, madam. I took care in organizing people in thanking because already I got this
No
warning.
issues.
Is there any break like that? Okay.
No issues, sir. No issues.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you to all, sir. Thank you to all, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Priya.
Priya,
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, ma'am.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, sir. Roger,
You
sir.
did,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you.
I think you have been working hard for more than a month with Savita. So special thanks to you for the very, very
She has
smooth
also been working behind
contact.
the scenes here in the session.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, sessions also. That is till this moment, her contact